Hey folks, imagine stepping out of your morning commute, only to find the world has turned into a psychedelic thrift store where teacups scream and clocks melt like a cheap wax candle. Welcome to the rabbit hole that even your worst Tinder date couldn't predict. Before we tumble deeper, smash that like button if you love existential rabbit chases, and drop a comment telling me the strangest thing you've ever found in a pocket, because I need proof that reality still has jokes. Now dim the lights, lean back, and maybe keep a glass of water handy. The air in Wonderland smells like fresh rain on rusted gears mixed with a hint of burnt sugar, deliciously unsettling. You wake up on a checkered carpet that feels like the wrong side of a trampoline. Hear a Cheshire grin echoing through peppermint-scented corridors, and notice a flamingo serving as a fence post, while a teacup hums a melancholy jazz solo. The colors drip in neon pastels. The taste of every bite is both chocolate and the faint metallic tang of a forgotten elevator cable. And you can't decide whether to follow the white rabbit or just blame the Wi-Fi for loading forever. It's the kind of chaos that makes scrolling through Instagram at 2 a.m. feel like a calm meditation in comparison. Except here the memes are alive and constantly interrogating you. So, are you brave enough to chase the rabbit, or will you stay stuck in the hallway of endless notifications? Under a blazing noon sky, the garden glistened with dew-slick roses and the sweet perfume of clover, while honey-buzzed bees performed a frantic waltz around the daisies. Alice, her curiosity as bright as a freshly polished brass telescope, tiptoed past a hedge of thorns that seemed to whisper gossip about the weather. Suddenly, a white rabbit in a waistcoat burst onto the scene, clutching a pocket watch that ticked louder than a metronome in a marching band. He muttered, "I'm terribly late for tea," and glanced at the watch as if it were a smartphone with a low battery warning, sparking a mischievous grin on Alice's face. Without a moment's hesitation, Alice lunged after the frantic hare, her skirts swishing like the sails of a pirate ship caught in a gust. The rabbit darted toward a moss-covered burrow, the entrance yawning like a giant green mouth waiting to devour the unwary. She slipped through the soggy tunnel, feeling the cool, earthy slime cling to her ankles like a clingy ex at a party. The burrow narrowed, then widened, and with a sudden whoosh it spat her out into darkness, as if the ground itself had swallowed her and then sneezed her out into a new world. The darkness lifted to reveal a landscape that bent logic like a pretzel at a circus. Trees grew upside down, and a river flowed upward, humming a tune that sounded suspiciously like a 90s pop ballad. Alice's eyes darted from a floating teacup that sang opera to a Cheshire grin etched on a stone that winked at her every few seconds. The air smelled of cinnamon and old books, tinged with a faint, unsettling whiff of wet socks left in a locker for too long. She felt both exhilarated and slightly queasy, as if she'd just taken a sip of a fizzy potion made of curiosity and regret. Every step she took produced a chorus of odd sounds. The crunch of crunchy leaves that sounded like popcorn, the giggle of a distant crowd of invisible spectators, and the occasional squeak of a shoe that seemed to have a mind of its own. The sky above shimmered with pastel clouds that drifted like cotton candy on a lazy river, while a distant castle floated on a cloud of lavender perfume. Alice inhaled deeply, tasting the metallic tang of adventure mixed with the faint bitterness of impending tea-time drama. She laughed, realizing that the absurdity of the scene was as comforting as a warm blanket on a cold night. yet also as unsettling as finding a spider in your soup. Just as she began to wonder if she might become the rabbit's next punctuality lesson, a chorus of talking flowers erupted in a debate about whether time travel should be regulated like superhero movies. Alice, ever the heroine of her own story, raised an eyebrow and declared, "If this is Wonderland, then I hope the Wi-Fi is strong." The rabbit, now perched on a mushroom that looked suspiciously like a toadstool throne, tipped his hat and shouted, "Follow me, and you'll never need a calendar again." With a mix of trepidation and delight, Alice took another step, ready to sip whatever tea awaited her in this topsy-turvy realm. Alice stepped into the labyrinthine woods, where the canopy stitched itself into a tangled tapestry of bark and leaf. Sunlight filtered through like bruised amber, painting the mossy floor with flickering gold. The air smelled of damp earth, sweet sap, and a hint of something sour, perhaps the breath of 100 unseen insects. Each step crunched on a carpet of pine needles, sending tiny clouds of dust up to kiss her cheeks. She felt both exhilarated and oddly like a character in a vintage video game, searching for the next hidden level. Soon the trees began to talk, their gnarled limbs swaying like old men gossiping over tea. "Turn left, dear," crooned a pine, its voice raspy as a vinyl record, "or you'll end up in the rabbit's lost sock drawer." Nearby, mushrooms puffed out riddles, their caps speckled with neon spots that glowed like tiny lanterns. "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 when it's late for dinner?" One mushroom chortled, dripping a viscous, mushroom-scented slime onto the path. Alice laughed, then winced as the slime left a cold, slippery trail on her shoes. Deeper in the thicket, a melancholy caterpillar perched on a low branch puffing clouds of blue smoke that smelled like burnt caramel. He wore a tiny waistcoat stitched from spider silk and a top hat that seemed to wobble with each sigh. "You look lost, child of curiosity," he rasped, his voice echoing like a distant subway announcement. "Remember, the road you travel is less about direction and more about the questions you dare to ask, like why the chicken really crossed the road," he added, winking with a single eye. Alice frowned, then scribbled his cryptic counsel onto a fallen leaf, hoping the ink wouldn't dissolve in the next drizzle. Without warning, shadows slipped from behind trunks, invisible hands tugging at her coat and whispering doubts into her ear. "Are you brave enough to keep walking, or will you quit like a sitcom character after 1 season?" They hissed, their tones slick with sarcasm. The path twisted like a pretzel, each turn more bewildering than the last, and the ground beneath her sometimes turned to soggy mud that sucked at her boots. Yet every time she stumbled, the forest seemed to chuckle, as if the woods themselves were a mischievous audience enjoying her performance. She pressed on, heart thudding like a drum in a marching band, determined not to be outwitted by the unseen pranksters. At last, the trees opened onto a clearing where moonlight poured down like liquid silver, illuminating a pond that reflected a sky full of upside-down constellations. Alice inhaled the cool, metallic scent of night, feeling the weight of the day's absurdities melt away. The caterpillar's words echoed in her mind, reminding her that every twist was a lesson wrapped in riddles. She smiled, realizing that even the most tangled woods could be navigated with a dash of humor and a pinch of curiosity, much like surviving a Monday morning meeting that somehow turns into a karaoke session. With a final glance at the whispering trees, she stepped forward, ready for whatever whimsical chaos lay beyond the next bend. Alice tumbled through the garden like a startled rabbit, landing on a patch of checkered tablecloth that stretched forever. The sky above smelled of boiled sugar and rusted copper, a perfume that made her throat tingle. Before her, the Mad Hatter perched on a teacup the size of a carriage, his hat a kaleidoscope of feathers and clock gears. Beside him, the Dormouse snoozed in a teapot, snoring bubbles that popped with a faint popcorn hiss. The air thrummed with the clatter of porcelain, as if 1,000 tiny cymbals were rehearsing a silent symphony. Every clock on the table froze its hands at 6 o'clock, a stubborn reminder that tea time never moves. The Hatter shouted, "Time's a-ticking," while the very hands stayed stubbornly still, a joke that felt like a slapstick punchline from a silent film. The sun hung low, casting amber light that made the sugar cubes sparkle like tiny galaxies. Alice felt the weight of the frozen moment settle on her shoulders, a pressure equal to a marching band on a teacup. Yet the scent of clotted cream and burnt toast lingered, daring her to breathe deeper. The banquet erupted in chaos as plates spun like lazy planets, spilling tea that hissed like a dragon's sigh. Forks jabbed the air, chasing each other in a frantic waltz while spoons sang a metallic lullaby. The Dormouse awoke, his whiskers twitching, and launched a crumb-sized cannonball that splattered marmalade across the Hatter's lap. Alice dodged a flying scone that smelled of stale cheese and peppermint, feeling the gritty crumbs stick to her fingertips. Laughter cracked like broken china, and the absurdity piled up higher than the towering cake shaped like a question mark. Amid the pandemonium, Alice sensed a ticking urgency beneath the laughter, a reminder that she still had a quest to finish. The Hatter's riddles fluttered like moths, each one a tiny mirror reflecting her own doubts about growing up. She stared at the frozen clock, its hands frozen in a grin, and felt the absurdity press against the very marrow of her bones. With a sudden burst of resolve, she seized a teacup, its rim slick with honey, and shouted, "Enough!" The clatter hushed, and for a heartbeat the world inhaled, as if waiting for her next move. The tea party dissolved like a Snapchat filter, leaving behind a lingering scent of burnt sugar and triumph. Alice stepped back onto the garden path, her shoes squelching in the leftover tea, feeling both absurdly humbled and oddly empowered. She glanced at the Hatter, who tipped his hat and winked, a silent nod to the chaos that fuels every hero's journey. Think Doctor Strange juggling time crystals at a rave. The Dormouse, now perched on a stray tea bag, gave a sleepy salute, as if to say, "We'll be here when you need a nap." With the ticking of her own heart louder than any frozen clock, Alice marched onward, ready to face whatever nonsensical wonderland lay ahead. The trumpeting call of the Red Queen's royal horn rattled through the mushroom-spotted corridors, dragging Alice from her tea-time reverie. She stumbled into a cavernous courtroom, where the walls were draped in crimson velvet that smelled faintly of stale perfume and wilted roses. At the high throne perched the queen herself, a towering figure with a crown that glittered like a broken mirror and eyes that flickered like faulty leads around her. The court cards shuffled like nervous soldiers, their painted faces contorting into sneers as they prepared to unleash a barrage of accusations. The air thrummed with a low, metallic hum, as if a giant deck of playing cards were being shuffled in some unseen, endless casino. The first accuser was the Jack of Hearts, who shouted, "She stole our hearts!" in a voice that sounded like a broken saxophone on a rainy night. The spade-clad soldiers clanged their helmets, sending a cascade of tiny metallic clinks that rattled Alice's teeth. A trembling Queen of Spades whispered that Alice had dared to question the very order of the kingdom, her words dripping like tar on a tin roof. The floor beneath them began to ripple, each tile turning into a glossy playing card that slipped and slid, making Alice feel as though she were walking on a slick river of clubs and diamonds. She could taste the coppery tang of fear on her tongue, mingling with the faint scent of burnt toast from the kitchen behind the courtroom. As the accusations piled higher, the cards erupted in a chorus, chanting off with her head, with a rhythm that reminded Alice of a marching band stuck on repeat. The Queen's scepter thumped the floor, sending shockwaves that made the chandeliers sway like nervous pigeons. Suddenly, a gust of wind roared through the hall, scattering confetti like hearts and spades that fluttered into Alice's hair, tickling her ears with a sound like crinkling candy wrappers. She clenched her fists, feeling the heat of the courtroom like a furnace, and recalled the wise words of her late cat. "Curiosity didn't kill me, it just got me a better seat." With a daring grin, she rose, her voice cutting through the chaos like a laser sword from a sci-fi saga, declaring, "Your Majesty, I will not be a pawn in your game." The Queen's face twisted into a storm of fury, her lips parting to unleash a torrent of flaming cards that hissed and sizzled as they fell. Alice ducked, feeling the scorching heat kiss her cheek, while the smell of burnt paper filled the room like a campfire after a bad barbecue. With a swift motion, she grabbed a discarded joker, its grin wide and mischievous, and hurled it at the throne, where it exploded into a burst of confetti and glitter that blinded the monarch. The sudden sparkle turned the courtroom into a kaleidoscopic nightmare, each shard reflecting the Queen's own terrified eyes. The cards, now disoriented, began to argue among themselves about the rules of a game no one had ever learned, their bickering sounding like a sitcom argument about who stole the last slice of pizza. In that chaotic pause, Alice stepped forward, her boots squelching in the soggy carpet of clubs, and shouted, "Your reign ends here, Your Highness. This is no longer a deck, it's a disaster." The Red Queen's crown cracked, sending a cascade of ruby shards that tinkled like tiny bells across the marble floor. The ground settled, the cards fell limp, and a hush fell over the hall, broken only by the distant chirp of a nightingale outside, as if nature itself were applauding. Alice felt a rush of triumph, warm and sweet like honeyed tea, while the Queen's authority shattered like a cheap mirror in a slapstick cartoon. With a final bow, she exited the courtroom, leaving behind a kingdom of cards that would forever remember the day a girl turned a trial into a theatrical revolt. When the last echo of the Queen's thunderous decree faded, the sky over Wonderland dimmed like a theater after the final curtain call. Alice, bruised but unbowed, felt the ground shudder beneath the ancient oak that had once cradled her tea-time reverie. The oak's bark smelled of damp earth and old gossip, a scent that reminded her of Grandma's attic after a rainstorm. A single playing card, the Queen's own joker, lay clenched in her fist, its glossy back glinting like a badge of absurd honor. She blinked at the soft amber light spilling through leaves, wondering if this was the universe's version of a reset button. She rose, the grass tickling her ankles with the mischievous vigor of 1,000 tiny insects, each blade whispering secrets of battles long forgotten. The meadow, once a stage for croquet and chaos, now resembled a war-torn battlefield where daisies drooped like wounded soldiers. A distant chime, Perhaps the last sigh of the playing cards drifted on the wind, mingling with the sour smell of wilted roses and damp mud. Alice's heart hammered like a drum in a marching band, yet a grin cracked her face, as if she just survived a season of Stranger Things without the monsters. She tucked the card into her pocket, feeling its crisp edge against her palm, a reminder that absurdity still lived in her pocket. Around her, the Wonderland's colors bled into pastel grays, the Cheshire grin fading like a meme that's lost its punchline. The Mad Hatter, now a ragged silhouette, muttered about tea without sugar, his voice a raspy vinyl record stuck on a loop. Alice inhaled the metallic tang of rain that hadn't yet fallen, the scent of ozone promising a storm that would wash away the remnants of tyranny. She chuckled at the irony. After all the madness, she was left with a single card, proof that even monarchs can be reduced to playing pieces. The wind nudged the oak's leaves, sounding like applause for a performance that never really ended. She trudged toward the meadow's edge, where the horizon glimmered like the opening credits of a classic epic film, complete with trumpets that only she could hear. The ground squelched under her boots, a chorus of mud and broken twigs that sang a gritty lullaby of survival. A distant laugh, perhaps the white rabbit's, now free of his pocket watch, echoed, reminding her that time, like a broken clock, still had a sense of humor. Alice lifted her head, feeling the sun's warm fingers brush her cheek, a sensation as comforting as a mother's hug after a long day of battling dragons. She whispered a promise to the wind. Curiosity would forever be her compass, and courage her trusty steed. As the meadow reclaimed its quiet, Alice stood tall, the single card glinting like a tiny flag planted on a conquered hill. She could taste the faint metallic aftertaste of adventure on her tongue, like the lingering flavor of a soda pop after a roller coaster ride. The oak's roots seemed to pulse beneath her feet, humming an ancient lullaby that stitched together past and present. With a wry smile, she imagined telling this tale to future generations, perhaps over a Netflix binge of Alice in Space, where the queen would be an AI overlord. And so, she walked away, carrying the memory of Wonderland like a treasured relic, ready to face any ordinary world with an extraordinary spark. The summer of 1856 draped Oxford in a honeyed glow, the spires catching the sun like polished spoons. Along the Thames, reeds whispered secrets while the water smelled faintly of mud and riverbank lilies. A modest punt bobbed lazily, its wooden hull creaking under the weight of a few curious passengers. In the distance, the Garden of Christ Church unfurled, a patchwork of rosebeds and ancient oaks that seemed to hum with hidden stories. It was the kind of scene that would make even a modern TikToker pause for a slow-motion pan. Among the onlookers perched on the punt's edge was Alice Liddell, a bright-eyed 12-year-old with a tumble of chestnut curls that refused to stay tame. She was the dean's daughter, accustomed to the solemn echo of chapel bells and the occasional stern lecture about proper posture. Yet her fingers twitched with restless curiosity, itching to poke at the world like a cat with a new toy. The scent of her mother's lavender handkerchief clung to her neck, a comforting reminder of home. Even the river's chill couldn't dampen the fire of imagination that danced in her mind. Opposite her sat Charles Dodgson, a lanky mathematician whose spectacles perpetually slid down his nose, as if he were perpetually solving a problem about gravity. He carried a brass camera, its bellows puffing out like a tiny, nervous dragon ready to capture fleeting moments. Dodgson's voice carried the dry humor of a man who could turn a simple algebraic proof into a stand-up routine, albeit one only a handful of Oxford dons would appreciate. He smelled faintly of ink and pipe tobacco, a scent that clung to his coat like a stubborn equation. In that moment, the future author of nonsense and the future subject of a beloved children's classic shared a bench on the water. The punt's oars sliced through the water with a rhythmic splash, sending tiny spray onto Alice's cheeks, which she brushed away with a giggle that echoed across the river. Dodgson asked her to name the clouds, and she obliged, dubbing a particularly puffy one, the Queen of Hearts' royal carriage. He snapped a photograph, the camera's shutter snapping like a paparazzi flash at a celebrity gala, forever freezing her mischievous grin. The air was thick with the earthy perfume of damp grass and the occasional whiff of horse manure from a nearby carriage, reminding everyone that Victorian romance wasn't all silk and roses. As the boat drifted, the conversation fluttered between riddles, mathematics, and the absurd notion that a rabbit could wear a waistcoat, an idea that would later tumble into literary legend. When the punt finally nudged the riverbank, Alice hopped off with a flourish, her shoes squelching in the soft mud as if the ground itself were applauding. Dodgson tipped his hat, his eyes twinkling with the kind of secret that only a future author could appreciate. He promised more adventures, a promise that would blossom into the fantastical world of talking animals and impossible tea parties. The Garden of Oxford, with its tangled vines and echoing footfalls, became the silent witness to a friendship that would rewrite childhood imagination. Little did they know, that breezy afternoon would seed a legend that still makes readers grin like they've just heard a joke from a Mad Hatter. In the summer of 1856, a wiry 12-year-old named Alice Liddell trotted down the stone-cobbled path of Christ Church, her mind buzzing like a hive of bees. She wore a navy dress that smelled faintly of lavender soap, and her eyes flickered with the kind of restless curiosity that made even the ancient gargoyles raise an eyebrow. When Charles Dodgson, who would later hide behind the pen name Lewis Carroll, spotted her, he saw a live wire ready for mischief, not just a genteel Victorian girl. Their first encounter crackled with the electric tension of a kid asking, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" And the old professor chuckled, realizing he'd found his muse. Dodgson wasted no time, launching a barrage of riddles that bounced off the garden walls like rubber balls. "What's the use of a hat without a head?" he asked, and Alice shot back, "To keep the rain off the squirrels." The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and cut roses, while a chorus of crickets provided a soundtrack that would make any tick-tock go viral. She giggled, her laughter bubbling over the pond's lily pads, and the professor scribbled notes on a scrap of notebook, his ink smudging with dew. Their banter turned the cloistered college into a stage for absurdity, a precursor to Wonderland's nonsensical logic. One breezy afternoon they roamed the college gardens, where hedges twisted like the hair of a 90s rock star, and the soil smelled of compost and ambition. Alice knelt to examine a beetle, its glossy shell glinting like a tiny spaceship, and whispered a story about it being an undercover spy. Dodgson followed, his tweed jacket rustling like an old vinyl record, and pointed out a row of foxgloves that seemed to whisper secrets in the wind. The sky turned a bruised violet as the sun set, and the scent of wet leaves mixed with the faint odor of horse manure from the nearby stables, an earthy perfume that made Alice's imagination run wild. She declared the garden a portal, and the professor, half amused, half bewildered, noted the moment in his diary with a doodle of a rabbit in a waistcoat. Back in the drawing room, Alice launched into a marathon of stories, each more outlandish than the last, from a talking teapot that recited Shakespeare to a marching band of ants performing a Beatles medley. Her voice rose and fell like a roller coaster, and the room filled with the smell of fresh ink and the faint, comforting aroma of boiled carrots from the kitchen. Dodgson, sipping tea that tasted like boiled gossip, listened as she wove a tale about a chessboard that turned into a subway map, an irony not lost on anyone who'd ever tried to navigate Oxford's labyrinthine alleys. The other children roared with laughter, their cheeks flushed pink, while the housekeeper muttered about the mess of crumbs and spilled sugar. In that chaotic chorus, the seed of a world where logic bent like warm butter on toast was planted. When the day ended, Alice's eyes sparkled with the kind of wonder that could turn a simple garden gate into a portal to a realm of talking cards and disappearing cats. Dodgson, now convinced he'd discovered a living embodiment of curiosity, tucked his notebook away, already dreaming of a story where a girl falls down a rabbit hole. Because why not give a curious kid a literal shortcut? The real Alice's relentless why? And vivid imagination became the blueprint for the fictional Alice, whose whimsical curiosity would later enchant generations. As the night settled over Oxford, the scent of damp stone and distant coal fires lingered, reminding everyone that even the most polished halls can hide a mischievous spark. And somewhere, a young girl imagined herself chasing a white rabbit, proving that a single inquisitive mind can rewrite reality. When Charles Lutwidge Dodgson first set his fountain pen to paper for the Liddell girls, the drawing room smelled of boiled cabbage and fresh ink, a pungent reminder that imagination often grows in the same pot as dinner. He watched young Alice, then just a spry 7-year-old with a crown of chestnut curls, fidgeting with a wooden puzzle that squeaked like a squeaky toy mouse. The sisters giggled, their laughter echoing off the high Victorian panes like a chorus of tiny harpsichords. Dodgson, ever the mathematician poet, sensed a story waiting to slip between the clatter of teaspoons and the ticking of the mantel clock. And so, with a wink that would make a modern meme lord proud, he began to transcribe tales that would later tumble through a looking glass. Alice's obsession with riddles was no secret. She could spend an afternoon twisting a brass key into a knot until the metal sang like a strained violin string. Dodgson captured that relentless curiosity in a white rabbit who mutters algebraic equations instead of "I'm late." A nod to her habit of turning every bedtime story into a brain teaser. In the manuscript, the rabbit's pocket watch ticks with the same frantic rhythm as Alice's own heart when she finally solves a puzzle, a sound that crackles like static on an old radio. The narrative drips with the clack of chess pieces, the rustle of cards, and the faint smell of chalk dust from the schoolroom where she practiced her mind games. Readers can almost taste the metallic tang of a freshly unscrewed puzzle piece, a reminder that every whimsy is anchored in a very real, very tactile world. Yet Alice was not just a puzzle master. She wielded a gentle defiance that could topple a teacup without spilling a drop. When the governess demanded she sit perfectly still, Alice would tilt her head, stare out the window, and imagine the clouds rearranging themselves into a marching band, an act of rebellion as subtle as a cat's tail flick. Dodgson immortalized that spirit in the Queen of Hearts, who shouts off with their heads, yet forgets to wear a crown, exposing the absurdity of authority. The courtroom scene smells of burnt sugar and sweat, the kind you'd find in a 19th century bakery after a rush hour. In that chaotic chorus, Alice's quiet resistance shines like a neon sign in a foggy London alley, proving that a soft smile can be louder than a shouted decree. Her keen observation turned ordinary garden paths into labyrinths of wonder. And Dodgkin, yes, a cheeky typo to keep you on your toes, wove that eye for detail into every creature that crossed her way. The Cheshire Cat flickers in and out of view, its grin shimmering like a neon billboard advertising a midnight snack, its eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight that filters through the rose bushes where Alice once collected fallen petals. The air hums with the buzz of dragonflies, the scent of damp earth after rain, and the faint, sour whiff of a wilted violet that Alice once pressed between pages of her diary. When she notices a teacup's cracked rim, the story magnifies it, turning the fracture into a portal to a river of liquid silver. This sensory overload makes listeners feel the cool ceramic against their tongue, the metallic clang of a teapot, and the uneasy thrill of stepping into a world where every detail matters. Thus, the mirror of imagination reflects not only fantastical realms, but the very marrow of Alice's personality, polished by Dodgson's pen like a vintage record spun on a turntable. He lets the rabbit hop into a maze of algebraic vines, the queen stumble over a garden gnome, and the Cheshire Cat dissolve into a cloud of scented incense, each absurd twist a wink at the girl who loved to question everything. The narrative smells of old leather bindings and fresh rain on cobblestones, sounds of distant church bells mingling with the rustle of silk dresses, and even the occasional, oddly satisfying squelch of mud underfoot. Listeners might catch a reference to a modern superhero. Imagine Alice wielding a Wonder Woman lasso of truth, except it's made of twine and riddles, highlighting how timeless her quirks are. In the end, Dodgson's tales become a mirror that shows us Alice's real self, magnified, distorted, and gloriously alive, inviting us all to step through the looking glass and see ourselves reflected. When the first edition of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland hit the shelves in 1865, readers were whisked into a world where a curious girl tumbled down a rabbit hole into a tea-spilling, card-playing madhouse. Little did they know the real Alice, Alice Liddell, had been skipping stones on the River Thames and dreaming up riddles long before Carol ever put pen to paper. The book's whimsical veneer masked a very Victorian tableau of lace-trimmed dresses, soot-blackened streets, and the faint perfume of boiled cabbage from the kitchen. As the story unfurled, the public cheered the absurdity while the echo of a real child's laughter lingered in every nonsensical line. In other words, the tale was a mash-up of child's play and a subtle rebellion, like a 19th century tick-tock trend gone literary. Alice Liddell's own childhood was a patchwork of muddy garden expeditions and secret picnics under the oaks of Oxfordshire. She would chase dragonflies, feeling the sticky kiss of their wings, and later recount the earthy scent of damp leaves that clung to her shoes. One rainy afternoon, she and her brothers built a makeshift fort from discarded tea caddies, their giggles echoing like a chorus of mischievous sprites. These real-world escapades supplied the raw material for the Wonderland chase, turning a simple tumble into a metaphorical free fall. Even the Cheshire grin can be traced to a mischievous grin she flashed when she swiped the last scone from the pantry. Enter Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, a mathematician with a penchant for storytelling and a wardrobe that could rival a Victorian clown. He invited Alice and her siblings aboard his little rowing boat, where he spun yarns that twisted logic like a pretzel at a county fair. The children hung on his words, their eyes wide as the river's spray, while Dodgson scribbled notes on a soggy napkin, the ink smelling faintly of river mud. Their bond was a curious blend of mentorship and mischief, a bit like a mentor-student duo in a superhero origin story, except the superpower was nonsense. Yet beneath the laughter, Dodger's careful attention to Alice's reactions hinted at a deeper fascination, a Victorian version of fan mail obsession. Victorian England wrapped its citizens in a stiff collar of decorum, demanding that girls behave like porcelain dolls rather than daring explorers. Alice's family expected her to master embroidery, recite poetry, and eventually marry a respectable gentleman. No rabbit holes allowed. The tension between these expectations and her wild imagination crackled like static in a coal-filled parlor, giving the narrative its subtle edge. Carol's verses, peppered with absurdity, slyly poked fun at the era's absurdities, such as a trial where a deck of cards serves as jurors. Think of it as a courtroom drama starring a deck of playing cards, a Victorian meme. The story thus became a quiet rebellion, a way for a little girl to slip past the iron bars of propriety without anyone noticing. When we finally pull back the veil of the dream, we see that Wonderland is less a fantastical escape and more a mirror held up to Alice's own world, warped by the lenses of Victorian restraint. The absurd characters embody the constraints she felt. The Queen of Hearts, a tyrant demanding order, echoes the stern governess. The Mad Hatter's endless tea mirrors the endless chatter of society's expectations. By turning her real-life adventures into a kaleidoscope of nonsense, Carol gave Alice a passport to roam beyond the soot-gray streets of Oxfordshire. Modern readers, armed with smartphones and meme culture, still feel the thrill of slipping through that rabbit hole. Only now they can post a selfie with the white rabbit. In the end, the dream unveiled is both a tribute to a spirited girl and a timeless reminder that imagination can outwit even the stiffest of corsets. When dust-laden archivists finally pried open the attic of the Liddell estate, they uncovered a bundle of letters that smelled like mothballs and stale tea. The ink, still black as midnight, spilled confessions that Alice Liddell herself had scribbled to her brother, describing a tea party that felt more like a rave for rabbits. Scholars gasped, half in awe, half in the kind of disbelief you get when you realize your favorite sitcom was actually improvised. Suddenly, the whimsical world of Wonderland had a real-life passport stamped with Alice's initials. The discovery turned the literary community into a buzzing beehive, each researcher buzzing like a character from a 19th-century version of Instagram. The letters were accompanied by sepia-toned photographs that showed a plump-cheeked Alice perched on a garden bench, her curls bouncing like spring grass in a windstorm. The camera's click echoed through the hall, a sound as crisp as the crack of a whip in a Victorian circus. In one snapshot, a tiny white rabbit, actually a stuffed toy, peeked from behind a fern, its button eyes glinting with mischief. The researchers ran their fingers over the brittle edges, feeling the grit of time and the faint perfume of lavender that still clung to the paper. It was as if the past had handed us a selfie, except the filter was a heavy-handed Victorian aesthetic. Word spread faster than a gossip chain in a tea room, and the tale of Alice Liddell leapt from dusty footnotes into pop culture headlines. Think The Real Alice, the original influencer, trending on every newsfeed. Critics who once dismissed Carol's nonsense as mere child's play now clutched their monocles, realizing the story was a historical portrait painted with imagination's brush. The whimsical rabbit hole transformed into a portal that linked fact and fantasy, each turn echoing with the clatter of carriage wheels and the soft rustle of silk dresses. Readers began to hear the rustle of Alice's skirts as a soundtrack to the narrative, a reminder that behind every Mad Hatter lies a very real girl with a curious mind. Ironically, the more we romanticized the nonsense, the clearer the real Alice's voice became, humming like a vintage record in a modern playlist. Today, museums display Alice's original diary beside a life-size Cheshire grin, inviting visitors to step into a world where history wears a polka dot coat. Children tug at their parents' sleeves, exclaiming, "Look, Mom, it's the real Alice," while the adults sniff the faint scent of ink and old wood, feeling a nostalgic tug like a warm blanket on a cold night. The exhibit's audio guide narrates with the cheeky tone of a stand-up comic, reminding us that the girl who inspired the rabbit was as mischievous as any TikTok star. Scholars raise a toast with tea brewed in copper kettles, honoring the girl whose imagination sparked a literary avalanche. In the end, the tribute feels less like a museum piece and more like a lively family reunion, complete with laughter, crumbs, and the occasional squeak of a hidden pocket watch. The legacy of the real Alice reminds us that fact and fantasy are not enemies, but dance partners, twirling across the ballroom of history. When we turn the pages of Carol's verses, we now hear the faint echo of a child's giggle, the rustle of a silk dress, and the distant clatter of a tea set being set down. This blend of the gritty, ink stains on fingertips, and the glorious, rainbow-colored dreams teaches us that stories live in the marrow of real lives. So the next time you tumble down a rabbit hole, remember to look up. You might just spot a portrait of a girl with bright eyes, winking from a gallery wall. And as the curtain falls, the audience, both scholars and daydreamers, applauds the enduring bond that turns a 19th-century diary into an eternal adventure. Fog rolled like spilled milk over the cobbles of Whitechapel, muffling the clatter of hansom cabs. Thomas Whitby, a lanky apprentice with ink under his fingernails, trudged between soot-blackened warehouses, his breath a ghostly plume. The air reeked of coal smoke, boiled cabbage, and the faint tang of fresh print ink from the nearby press. Every gutter whispered stories of lost apprentices and the occasional rat that sounded like a squeaky violin. Yet the city's grime could not dim the spark in Thomas's eyes, which flickered like a candle in a drafty chapel. Around the corner, a narrow slit of light sliced through the fog, revealing a door half hidden behind a stack of cracked barrels. The shop's sign, hand-painted with a silver quill, creaked in the wind, announcing Miss Elowen Hawthorne's domain of illustrated tales for curious children. Inside, the smell of parchment mingled with cinnamon tea and a whiff of moth-eaten secrets. Miss Hawthorne herself perched behind a mahogany counter, her hair a tumble of raven curls, her spectacles perched like tiny moons on her nose. She greeted Thomas with a smile that hinted at mischief, as if she'd just stepped out of a storybook herself. "Looking for adventure, lad?" she asked, sliding a vellum-bound volume across the counter, its cover alive with dragons that seemed to breathe turquoise smoke. Thomas's fingers tingled as he turned the page, each illustration shimmering like a lantern in a stormy night. The tale whispered of a boy who rode a cloud-shaped whale across the moon, a plot twist more unexpected than a plot twist in a Marvel movie. He laughed, the sound echoing off the brick walls, while a stray cat slipped in, tail flicking like a metronome. Miss Hawthorne winked, noting that the cat was probably the author's pet, a fact that made Thomas wonder if every story had a feline editor. By the time the bell above the door jingled his departure, Thomas felt his mind swollen with wonder, as if he'd swallowed a whole library. He imagined the fog outside turning into a dragon's breath, the soot into glittering stardust, and the city's grimy alleys into secret portals. The experience planted the seed of a lifelong love for children's fantasy, the same genre that would later give us wizards in glasses and boy wizards with scarred foreheads. Yes, Harry Potter, thank you very much. He began to scribble doodles on the margins of his printing sheets, turning mundane shop receipts into miniature epic battles. The city's factories roared, but in Thomas's head, a quiet chorus of pixies sang, promising that imagination could outshine any soot-caked skyline. The ink-stained alley earned its name not just from the grime on Thomas's hands, but from the ink-black dreams it poured onto his soul. Miss Hawthorne waved goodbye, her shop vanishing like a pop-up ad when you try to close it, leaving only the lingering scent of adventure. Thomas stepped back into the fog, his coat flapping like a cape, and vowed to one day open his own haven for wide-eyed youngsters. He imagined future generations reading his own illustrated tales, giggling at the same absurdities he now cherished. And so, the alley, with its cracked bricks and lingering perfume of tea, became the unlikely birthplace of a literary revolution, proving that even the dirtiest corners can birth the brightest fantasies. Thomas felt his heart thump like a steam engine as he stepped into the British Museum's grand reading room. The vaulted ceiling loomed above, festooned with brass chandeliers that sputtered amber light onto rows of oak tables scarred by centuries of ink. A faint perfume of old leather, pipe smoke, and the occasional whiff of coal from the nearby furnace mingled in the air, making him cough in polite surprise. He was greeted by a portly curator who handed him a brass key that clanged like a tiny bell, announcing his temporary citizenship in the kingdom of dust. As the door shut behind him, the echo sounded suspiciously like a dragon's sigh, and Thomas wondered whether he had stumbled into a story rather than a museum. A circle of scholars gathered around a mahogany lectern, their spectacles glinting like polished gears. Professor Whittaker, whose beard could house a family of sparrows, declared that fairy tales were frivolous soot that polluted the minds of industrious youths. Across from him, Miss Abernathy, with a voice as crisp as a freshly printed broadsheet, countered that these stories were the very steam that powered imagination. Their debate crackled louder than the furnace in the basement, sending a ripple of murmurs through the vaulted hall. Somewhere in the back, a bored clerk snored, his drool forming a tiny river that threatened to flood the footnotes of a forgotten encyclopedia. While the scholars sparred, Miss Hawthorne slipped through the crowd like a cat burglar of ink. She pressed a thin, vellum-wrapped manuscript into Thomas's palm, its cover embossed with a cogwheel entwined around a silver moon. The paper smelled of fresh ink and a hint of oil, as if a locomotive had just exhaled onto the page. Inside, the tale fused ancient sprites with towering smokestacks, describing a pixie who rode a steam locomotive through a forest of iron trees. Thomas's fingers tingled, and he sensed the story was a secret weapon poised to tip the scales of literary warfare. Word of the manuscript spread faster than a gossip column in a penny dreadful, igniting a clash between the old guard and the avant-garde. Traditionalists clutched their leather-bound Bibles and muttered about moral decay, as if a child reading about gear-driven dragons might start building a robot rebellion. The new wave, meanwhile, cheered the blend of myth and machinery, arguing that a world of soot-kissed sprites could teach children resilience amid the clang of progress. Even the museum's resident cat, Sir Whiskers, seemed to side with the innovators, batting the manuscript across the floor like a rebellious scroll. The irony was palpable. A society obsessed with order was now debating chaos wrapped in glittering prose, much like a Victorian version of a Marvel movie debate. Thomas slipped the manuscript into his coat, feeling the weight of a revolution pressing against his chest. He imagined reading the story aloud to a crowd of soot-covered orphans, their eyes widening like lanterns in a foggy night. The grand reading room, once a battlefield of words, now hummed with the possibility that imagination could steam ahead of convention. As he left, the chandeliers flickered, casting shadows that danced like mischievous elves across the marble floor. Thomas stepped onto the cobblestones, hearing the city's clatter as a symphony, and whispered to the night that the future of children's fantasy was about to get wonderfully, industrially messy. Thomas slipped the vellum into his coat pocket, feeling the faint scent of soot and lavender from the printer's shop cling to the fabric. Beside him, Eloin clutched a bundle of ink-stained proofs like a secret treasure, their black swirls glinting in the gas-lit fog of Fleet Street. They whispered about the manuscript, a wild tapestry of dragons and talking teacups that could turn a child's bedtime into an adventure. The city roared outside, horse hooves clacking on cobblestones, while inside their cramped attic the candle flickered like a nervous firefly. They called it the secret ink, and it felt as if the very paper pulsed with mischief. Across the Thames, Lord Bartholomew Craven, the iron-fisted magnate of the Daily Gazette, prowled his newsroom like a Victorian Darth Vader, fearing that whimsy would erode his moral crusade. He ordered his editors to hunt down any tale that whispered of wonder, insisting children needed sermons, not sprites. "A child with a dragon in his pocket will forget his prayers," he snarled, his cigar smoke curling into ominous spirals. The magnate's office reeked of stale tobacco and polished mahogany, a stark contrast to the ink's earthy perfume. He dispatched his henchmen, the sensorial crows, to snatch the manuscript before it could slip into the public's imagination. Thomas and Eloin ducked through back alleys, their boots splashing in puddles that mirrored the gaslight like liquid amber. They tucked the proofs into a hollowed-out oak barrel, the wood exhaling a musky, piney breath that seemed to guard the pages. When the sensorial crows swooped in, their boots thudded like war drums, but the duo slipped behind a stack of soot-blackened crates, the smell of ash stinging their throats. A sudden clatter of a dropped quill sent the birds scattering, and the duo seized the moment, slipping the barrel onto a cart bound for the harbor. The night air tasted of brine and rebellion, and the ink on the proofs glistened like fresh blood under the moon. In a dimly lit tea room above a pawnshop, Thomas gathered a motley crew of progressive authors. Miss Penelope Whitaker, whose verses sang of moonlit rebellions, Mr. Jasper Finch, a playwright who staged protests with puppets, and a retired schoolmaster who still believed in fairy tales as tools of enlightenment. They sipped bitter tea that tasted of iron and optimism, their laughter echoing off cracked plaster walls. Each pledged to hide a copy of the manuscript in their own secret nook, under a false bottom of a desk, inside a hollowed-out biscuit tin, even sewn into a coat lining. The room smelled of ink, tea, and the faint, comforting aroma of fresh parchment, a rebellion scented like a library. They joked that if the magnate ever caught them, they'd simply blame the missing ink on a mischievous cat named Whiskers, a nod to modern memes about cats causing chaos. When the first printed sheets finally slipped onto the streets, they fluttered like rebellious butterflies, landing on the shoulders of ragged boys and polished ladies alike. The Gazette's headlines screamed about moral decay, but the children whispered about dragons breathing lavender smoke, their eyes alight with wonder. Thomas felt a thrill as the ink seeped into the city's veins, a quiet insurgency against the gray monotony of Victorian propriety. Eloise smiled, wiping a smudge of ink from her cheek, the taste of iron reminding her of battles fought and won. And as the sun rose over the Thames, the secret ink glimmered, promising that even in the stiffest era, imagination could still burst through like a fireworks show at a funeral. Lightning cracked the soot-black sky over London as a carriage rattled through cobblestones, its driver clutching a bundle of vellum like a secret agent in a steampunk thriller. Inside the carriage, a young clerk named Pip slipped the censored manuscript into a hollowed-out umbrella, the only thing that could hide a story from the watchful eyes of the moral guardians. He slipped through the fog-filled alleys to a rusted iron gate concealed by ivy, where a rusted key turned with a click that sounded like a whispered promise. The gate swung open to reveal a moonlit garden, a sanctuary of wilted roses and overgrown ferns that smelled of damp earth and forgotten tea. There, a circle of wide-eyed children waited, clutching lanterns that flickered like fireflies on a caffeine binge. The garden was a patchwork of shadows, where the scent of wet moss mingled with the acrid tang of coal smoke drifting from the city's factories. As Pip unfolded the manuscript, the paper crackled, releasing a puff of dust that smelled oddly of cinnamon and old library books, like a wizard's sneeze. The children leaned in, their faces illuminated by the lantern light, eyes as round as Victorian soup bowls. When the first line was read aloud, the words seemed to lift off the page, swirling like ghostly ribbons that brushed against their cheeks. Suddenly, a tiny dragon, drawn in ink, puffed a plume of silver smoke that made Mrs. Whitaker's hair stand on end, and the garden erupted in giggles louder than a brass band at a penny farthing race. Imagination exploded like fireworks over the Thames. The children imagined themselves as daring airship captains, battling steam-powered trolls that roared like a London omnibus stuck in traffic. One boy, Tom, shouted, "Watch out, the villain's got a Twitter feed." And the others roared with laughter, picturing the villain typing angry tweets from a soot-covered throne. The garden's stone bench became a throne of clouds, the pond a portal to a kingdom where teacups grew on trees and the queen's corgis sang opera. Even the garden's resident toad, a grimy creature with a permanent frown, seemed to grin as it croaked in rhythm with the story's climax. By the time the final paragraph was whispered, the children were drenched in rain, their clothes clinging like second skins, but their hearts pulsed with the warm glow of 1,000 untold adventures. Word of the midnight spectacle slipped through the city like a gossiping chimney sweep, reaching the polished offices of the aristocratic Board of Decency. Sir Reginald Pompington, whose moustache was as stiff as his moral code, demanded an investigation, muttering that fantasy was a dangerous candy that could rot the minds of proper ladylike youths. He sent a stern inspector, armed with a clipboard and a pocket-sized thesaurus, to infiltrate the garden, only to find himself caught in a sudden downpour that turned his top hat into a soggy sponge. The inspector emerged, drenched and bewildered, proclaiming that the children had summoned dragons and turned the very air into narrative. The irony was palpable. The very elite who banned imagination now found themselves haunted by the very stories they tried to suppress. Faced with the undeniable power of the tale, the city's elite convened in a grand hall, sipping tea that tasted like regret and powdered sugar. They debated whether to burn the manuscript or to harness its magic for their own propaganda, like turning a dragon into a corporate mascot. In the end, a compromise emerged. The story would be published, but with footnotes that warned of excessive dreaming, a compromise as flimsy as a paper umbrella in a gale. The children, meanwhile, continued to meet in the hidden garden, now officially dubbed the Midnight Page, where every stormy night promised a new adventure. And so, Victorian England learned that a single smuggled manuscript could make even the stiffest top hat wobble, proving that fantasy, like a good cup of tea, is best served hot and shared among the daring. When the town's lamplighters flickered their torches over the soot-stained streets, a roar rose from the crowds like a steam engine gone rogue. Mothers clutching soot-blackened aprons demanded that the new fairy fables be banished from schoolrooms, fearing they would turn their children into daydreaming drunks. Yet the very next week, a petition signed in ink and tea-stained fingers marched into Parliament, pleading for imagination as a moral compass. The clamor cracked the stiff Victorian facade, and the once scorned genre slipped into the respectable parlors of the middle class. By the time the fog lifted, children's fantasy had earned a seat at the respectable table, right beside the penny dreadfuls and moral treatises. Thomas Whitaker, who had once hidden a battered manuscript under his waistcoat, now strutted through the publishing house like a peacock in a penny-farthing race. He curated stories with the gusto of a chef sprinkling nutmeg over a steaming pudding, each tale scented with the sweet musk of ink and candle wax. Editors gathered around his desk, hanging on his every word as if he were delivering the latest gossip from the Queen herself. The press christened him the Wizard of the Press, a title he wore with a wink and a pocket watch that ticked to the rhythm of a marching band. Soon, his name appeared on title pages, and readers whispered his legend in the same breath as Dickens and Sherlock. Eloine Hartley, whose hair smelled of lavender and chalk dust, turned the cramped attic of her family home into a sanctuary of wonder. She hung lanterns shaped like moon phases, and the walls echoed with the rustle of vellum pages and the giggles of children chasing invisible dragons. Her school of imagination taught pupils to sketch griffins with charcoal smeared on their fingertips and to recite verses that made the brass kettle sing. Parents, initially skeptical, soon found the scent of burnt sugar from the students' tea parties intoxicating, and the school's reputation spread faster than a gossip column about a royal scandal. Eloin's motto, "Dreams are the best discipline," became a rallying cry for a generation that refused to let the soot of industry choke their wonder. The Rescued Tale, a ragged manuscript rescued from a damp cellar, rose from obscurity like a phoenix perched on a soot-blackened chimney. Its pages crackled with the scent of wet parchment and the faint perfume of rosemary, and its heroes leapt from the margins into the hearts of readers across London. Critics who once dismissed such stories as frivolous now praised its moral fiber as tightly woven as a tailor's stitch in a waistcoat. The book became the cornerstone of a literary movement, its cover displayed in shop windows beside polished silverware and the latest steam locomotive models. Every child who turned its pages felt the thrill of adventure, as if they'd just stepped onto a moving carriage bound for Neverland. Decades later, the echo of that revolution still rattles the cobblestones of Victorian childhood, like a distant drumbeat in a modern pop song. Think Bohemian Rhapsody meets a soot-covered carriage. Scholars cite the era as the moment imagination was granted a passport, allowing it to travel from the grimy factories to the lofty towers of the imagination. Parents now hand down the treasured tome like a family heirloom, its leather binding warmed by generations of eager fingertips. The legacy of wonder, once a rebellious whisper, now roars through schoolrooms, theater stages, and even the occasional viral TikTok where a Victorian costume twirls with a dragon puppet. In the end, the era proved that a good story can outshine even the brightest gaslight, and that's no exaggeration. It's pure, glorious Victorian magic. In the spring of 1832, a young Charles Lutwidge Dodgson stepped off a rattling hansom cab and onto the moss-slicked stones of Christ Church, Oxford. The college courtyard smelled of damp parchment, boiled tea, and the faint, metallic tang of the nearby river. Dodgson's tweed coat fluttered in the chill wind as he surveyed the towering spires that loomed like watchful guardians. He felt a mix of awe and nervous excitement, as if he were about to enter a giant's library where every shelf whispered secret equations. The whole scene felt like a live action opening to a fantasy film, only with more cobblestones and fewer CGI dragons. Dodgson quickly proved he wasn't just another ivory tower scholar. His lectures on geometry crackled with the same energy as a fireworks display. He scribbled elegant proofs on chalkboards, the dust swirling like tiny snowstorms that delighted the eyes of curious undergraduates. Between theorems, he slipped in puns that made even the stern senior fellows grin, turning the austere lecture hall into a stage for word-play duels. His peers whispered that his mind could juggle a parabola and a punchline with equal grace. By the end of the term, the name Dodgson had become synonymous with brilliance wrapped in mischief. It wasn't long before the mischievous Oxford underclass caught wind of the new prodigy and decided to test his legendary wit. One night they swapped his prized quill for a rubber chicken, and the next morning he arrived to find a chorus of squeaks echoing through the dining hall. Rather than protest, Dodgson launched into an impromptu riddle about a rabbit who lost its hat, leaving the pranksters laughing and slightly embarrassed. He turned the whole affair into a lesson on logical paradoxes, proving that even a joke could be a tiny laboratory. The students learned that you could prank a mathematician, but you couldn't out-logic him. These early escapades sowed the seeds for a mind that would later stitch together rigorous logic and whimsical storytelling. Dodgson began to draft absurd dialogues where talking animals debated Euclidean proofs, a precursor to the rabbit hole that would swallow Alice years later. He imagined a world where numbers danced and words sang, a place where a simple algebraic equation could trigger a cascade of surreal images. The campus gardens, with their overgrown hedges and echoing footfalls, became his personal Wonderland laboratory. In every lecture and late-night sketch, you could hear the faint hum of a future narrative waiting to burst forth. Around the same time, Dodgson stumbled upon the newest craze, daguerreotype photography, a process that smelled like a mix of silver nitrate and burnt hair. He set up a makeshift darkroom in a cramped attic, the walls lined with glass plates that glittered like frozen lakes. The chemical fumes stung his nose, but the thrill of capturing a fleeting grin or a startled pigeon made him grin wider than a Cheshire cat. He treated each exposure like a mathematical experiment, adjusting shutter speeds with the precision of a clockmaker. This early obsession with freezing moments would later give the world some of the most iconic Victorian portraits, all while he continued to juggle equations, riddles, and stories in his ever-curious head. In the cramped lecture hall of Christ Church, Charles Dodgson shuffled chalk dust into his beard like a magician pulling rabbits from a hat. By day, he paced before bewildered undergraduates, scribbling equations that sounded like secret codes. By night, he slipped into his study, the air thick with the sour tang of ink and the soft hum of a ticking mantel clock. He balanced the weight of a professor's authority with the thrill of a clandestine experiment, his mind ticking like a metronome set to madness. Even the pigeons that perched on the college quad seemed to coo in binary, as if the whole world were a giant spreadsheet. In the dim glow of oil lamps, Dodgson turned his desk into a laboratory for symbolic logic, arranging symbols like chess pieces on a battlefield of paper. He whispered to himself, "If O implies B, does B secretly love A?" While the scent of boiled cabbage from the kitchen seeped through the cracked window. Each proof felt like a miniature adventure, a quest to trap an elusive paradox in a glass jar. He scribbled, "This statement is false," and laughed, hearing the echo of a mischievous imp in the rafters. The whole affair smelled of burnt matches and ambition, a cocktail as potent as a Victorian gin fizz. One breezy afternoon, the Liddell sisters trundled into the garden, their laughter ringing like crystal bells against the stone walls. Young Alice, with her golden curls and insatiable curiosity, asked Dodgson why a raven was not a writing desk, and he answered with a grin that hinted at a secret formula. Their conversations swirled between the rustle of willow leaves and the clatter of tea cups, each question a pebble tossed into the pond of his imagination. Dodgson's eyes sparkled as he spun riddles about talking flowers and chess-playing animals, the garden becoming a stage for a theatrical mind. The scent of fresh roses mingled with the musty pages of his notebooks, forging a perfume of wonder that would later seep into his stories. Back in his study, Dodgson transformed those garden banters into absurd riddles that danced on the page like jittery fireflies. He wove logical paradoxes into the fabric of Alice's adventures in Wonderland, where a caterpillar puffs on a hookah while reciting algebraic verses. The famous tea party scene crackles with the same crisp logic that underpins a proof. Every absurdity is a theorem waiting to be proved. Even the Cheshire grin follows a hidden equation, its fade-away smile a solution to a problem nobody knew existed. In a wink to modern fans, one might say he gave the original multiverse a Victorian twist, predating Marvel's endless timelines by a century. Thus, equations and imagination became the twin engines that powered Dodgson's double life, each feeding the other like a steam engine's pistons. The rigor of his mathematics gave his fantasies a sturdy scaffolding, while the whimsy of his stories softened the cold steel of logic. When he finally published his nonsense, readers tasted the sharp bite of proof and the sweet honey of nonsense in the same bite. The legacy of that peculiar alchemy still tickles our nerves, reminding us that a well-placed paradox can be as satisfying as a perfectly timed punchline. So next time you solve a Sudoku or watch a cat chase a laser, remember Dodgson's secret. The world is a grand equation, and imagination is the variable that never stays constant. In the spring of 1856, Lewis Carroll, real name Charles Dodgson, walked into a dusty London shop and stared at a brass-cased camera like a kid eyeing a new video game console. The smell of oilcloth and polished wood mingled with the faint whiff of horse manure from the street outside, making the moment feel both genteel and gritty. He clutched the heavy box, feeling the weight of glass lenses and the promise of freezing time. With a grin that hinted at mischief, he whispered to the shopkeeper, "I shall capture the world as if it were a looking glass in a rabbit hole." The camera, still a novelty, became his newest wand for conjuring illusion. Carroll's first subjects were the familiar faces of his Oxford circle, professors with rumpled wigs, his sister Lorena with a mischievous glint, and the ever-patient gardener who smelled of loam and pipe tobacco. He set them against the rolling English countryside, where hedgerows stretched like green teeth and clouds drifted low enough to taste. The click of the shutter sounded like a tiny gunshot, startling a flock of blackbirds into frantic caws that echoed across the fields. Each portrait emerged with a soft halo of light, the kind of glow you'd see in a sunrise filtered through stained glass, yet tinged with the grainy texture of early photography, like a vintage Instagram filter before Instagram existed. He laughed, noting that the gardener's eyebrows looked more like the Cheshire cat's grin than any respectable beard. As he experimented, Carroll began to treat the camera as a mathematical instrument, measuring angles and depth the way he once plotted nonsense verses. He tilted the lens, shifted the focus, and watched the scene warp, turning a simple haystack into a mountain of absurd proportion, a visual echo of the shrinking and growing in Alice's adventures. The interplay of light and shadow reminded him of a chessboard, each square a possible move toward a hidden truth. He delighted in the irony that a device meant to capture reality could instead reveal its malleability, much like his riddles that twisted language until it bent back on itself. In those moments, the camera became a portal, a looking glass that let him peer into alternate versions of the world, just as his pen did on paper. The more Carroll photographed, the more he sensed a dialogue between word and image, a silent story that whispered louder than any verse. He would line up a portrait of a friend beside a sketch of a rabbit, letting the viewer decide which was the real protagonist. a nod to the modern meme where cats and humans swap roles. The smell of silver nitrate in the darkroom, sharp, metallic, almost like the tang of a freshly opened soda, filled his lungs as he developed the plates, watching latent images emerge like ghosts from a foggy London night. Each successful exposure taught him about timing, patience, and the joy of a surprise reveal, lessons he later folded into the twists of Through the Looking Glass. He often joked that his photographs were the original snapshots for a generation that would later obsess over Snapchat filters. By the end of that restless year, Carroll's camera had become as essential to his imagination as his beloved pocket watch, ticking away the seconds between a joke and a revelation. He could feel the vibration of the shutter against his palm, a rhythm that reminded him of a drum beat in a pop song. Think, beat it, but with Victorian propriety. The images he collected formed a private gallery of absurdity, where a daisy could masquerade as a star, and a startled goat could pose like a Victorian lady. Looking at those plates, he sensed that storytelling had no single medium. Whether ink, lens, or the occasional absurd word, each could bend perception like a funhouse mirror at a county fair. And with a wink to the audience, he'd say, "If you think my rabbit was odd, you should see my photographs. They're the original meme generators." When the first copies of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland rolled off the press in 1865, a thin plume of ink and coal smoke curled around the cramped Cambridge office where Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, better known as Lewis Carroll, stood grinning like a Cheshire cat. He had just finished a lecture on the geometry of riddles, his mind still humming with the clack of chalk on blackboard. In his other hand, a brass camera dangled, its leather strap smelling of oil and boiled egg whites, the very scent of Victorian darkroom alchemy. The manuscript, a riot of nonsense verses and logical loops, felt to him like a photograph, each word a carefully framed exposure. Little did he know that this quirky blend would launch him into the literary stratosphere while baffling the critics. Carroll's mathematical side slipped into the story like a hidden equation, turning a tea party into a paradoxical proof. The Mad Hatter's riddles echo the unsolvable puzzles he posed to his Oxford peers, and the Queen's decree off with their heads reads like a proof by contradiction, absurd until you see the logic behind the madness. He tucked a subtle reference to the principle of least effort into the White Rabbit's frantic sprint, a nod to the idea that particles or people prefer the easiest path. Readers felt the crisp snap of a ruler against a blackboard as they followed Alice down the rabbit hole, each twist a logical turn that made their brains tingle. Even the caterpillar's smoky, philosophical puff seemed a visual representation of a theorem evaporating into thin air. Behind the scenes, Carroll's camera lens captured the world with the same precision he applied to his algebra. He prowled the gardens of Christ Church, snapping portraits of stoic professors whose mustaches smelled faintly of pipe tobacco and stale ink. The darkroom was a cavern of cloying chemicals, acetone, silver nitrate, and the metallic tang of anticipation. As he developed plates that revealed hidden smiles, much like the hidden meanings in his prose, he arranged light and shadow with the discipline of a mathematician arranging terms on a page, each exposure a visual proof of reality's quirks. When Alice's adventures were finally bound, the book's illustrations bore his photographic eye, turning words into vivid, almost tactile scenes. The book exploded onto the Victorian market like a fireworks display over the Thames, dazzling readers with its kaleidoscopic nonsense. Newspapers hailed it as a marvel, while stern literary critics scoffed, muttering that it was neither proper poetry nor respectable prose, an intellectual circus. They tried to pigeonhole Carroll into neat categories, but he slipped through their taxonomies like a mischievous white rabbit with a pocket watch. The public, however, devoured the story with the gusto of children licking jam off a scone, and soon the phrase, "down the rabbit hole," entered everyday slang, even making cameo appearances in later sci-fi flicks. Carroll chuckled at the irony. His most serious work was a playground for imagination, yet it forced the establishment to confront the absurdity of their own rules. Today, Carroll's hybrid genius flickers on screens and stages. From Broadway revivals that blend jazz with logic puzzles to video games that let players solve riddles while dodging talking cards. Scholars still argue whether he was first and foremost a mathematician, a photographer, or a storyteller, much like fans debate whether the Doctor is a Time Lord or a cosmic tourist. The confluence of his three passions in Alice proves that creativity thrives at crossroads, where equations meet exposure and imagination runs wild. In a world that now celebrates multidisciplinary mash-ups, Carroll would probably wink, adjust his camera, and shout curiouser and curiouser as he steps into the next great adventure. And somewhere, perhaps, the Cheshire grin still lingers, reminding us that the line between genius and nonsense is as thin as a silver nitrate fog. In the amber glow of his study, the aging Lewis Carroll still paced like a conductor before an orchestra of chalk dust and camera lenses. He lectured at Oxford with the same mischievous twinkle that once sparked the Cheshire cat, tossing paradoxes into the air like confetti at a birthday party. Between lectures, he prowled the gardens of Christ Church, snapping glass plates of swans that looked half silly, half sublime, their feathers glistening with morning dew. At night, he hunched over a desk littered with ink-spattered drafts, coaxing new verses from the same rabbit hole that birthed Alice. The scent of turpentine mingled with the musty perfume of old books, a reminder that his mind never rested. When the last lecture faded, Carroll's legacy unfolded like a giant, creaky wardrobe of curiosities. He left behind a mountain of mathematical manuscripts, each page a maze of symbols that would make a modern programmer weep or grin, depending on the coffee level. His glass plate negatives, stored in wooden boxes that smelled faintly of mothballs, captured Victorian London in startling clarity, from soot-blackened factories to children chasing bubbles in Hyde Park. Meanwhile, his beloved literary works, Alice, Through the Looking Glass, and countless poems, sat beside these artifacts, their pages fluttering like trapped butterflies. Visitors who dared to open the boxes reported a chorus of whispers, as if the past itself were gossiping about the eccentric genius. Future scholars soon discovered that Carroll's three passions were not separate islands, but a single, sprawling continent. Mathematicians traced his riddles to modern cryptography, saying his "What is the answer to life?" was a precursor to computer code that runs our smartphones. Photographers cited his daring use of glass plates as the grandparent of today's Instagram filters, noting how he turned ordinary street scenes into visual riddles. Writers, from Tolkien to the creators of Stranger Things, cited his narrative tricks as the secret sauce that makes fantasy feel both absurd and profound. In classrooms, Teachers now ask students to solve a geometry problem, then snap a photo of the solution, and finally write a short story about the shape, just as Carol would have loved. Even pop culture can't escape his triple-visioned shadow. A recent episode of Doctor Who featured a time-traveling mathematician who solves paradoxes with a camera and a poem. A clear nod to Carol's multitasking mojo. At a tech conference in Silicon Valley, a startup unveiled an AI that generates visual puzzles from algebraic equations, proudly naming it AliceBot, after the Cheshire grin that still haunts the internet. Meanwhile, a hip-hop artist sampled the clack of Carol's typewriter in a track titled Glass Plate Dreams, proving that his influence can be heard in beats as well as in books. The irony isn't lost on anyone. A man who once wrote about disappearing cats now lives on in disappearing data packets and viral memes. Yet, through all the remixing, the core of his curiosity remains unmistakably human. So when the last glass plate cracks and the ink runs dry, the echo of Carol's laughter will still bounce off the marble floors of academia and the gritty back streets of the internet. His triple legacy reminds us that numbers can sing, pictures can whisper, and stories can solve equations, if you listen closely enough. Curiosity, he seemed to say, is a wild horse that refuses to be penned into a single discipline. It gallops wherever it finds a fresh scent. As the curtain falls on his mortal stage, the audience, students, artists, scientists, take a bow, clutching the strange, wonderful gifts he left behind. In the end, Carol proves that the most powerful magic is simply the daring to ask, what if? In the flickering gloom of a 19th century scriptorium, the air tasted of ink, damp wool, and a faint whiff of boiled cabbage from the kitchen down the hall. Eleanor Finch hunched over a scarred oak desk, her quills scratching like a nervous mouse across the parchment. The candle guttered, casting jittery shadows that danced like gossiping ladies at a tea party. Outside, London's soot-blackened sky pressed against the window, while inside the only soundtrack was the occasional clatter of a fellow monk's chainmail-like pen. Eleanor's mind, however, raced faster than a steam locomotive, already dreaming of a world where clocks run backward and hats talk back. She titled the fledgling work Wonderland, a name that sounded like a misplaced carnival ride to the prudish Victorians. The first character she birthed was a white rabbit in a waistcoat, perpetually late, whose twitching nose seemed to sniff out both time and tea. Next came the Cheshire cat, a grin that lingered in the air longer than the cat's body, flashing neon-bright mischief against the soot-gray walls. Eleanor wrote their dialogues with a cheeky rhythm, as if the rabbit were quoting a modern-day meme about running late again, while the cat offered riddles that would make a modern tick-tock philosopher blush. The quill's ink bled crimson-brown, staining the page like spilled tea on a silk dress. Victorian curiosity crackled in the room like static before a telegraph burst, and Eleanor fed it with every absurd twist she could summon. She imagined a realm where logic bent like a looking glass, where doors opened onto rooms that sang operatic arias and the very floor giggled underfoot. The scent of old leather bindings mingled with the sour tang of copper from the nearby printing press, reminding her that stories were as much mechanical as magical. As she described a tea party that never ended, she heard the distant clank of a railway bridge, a reminder that the world outside was racing toward progress while she lingered in imagination. Ironically, the more she tried to tether her tale to Victorian decorum. The wilder the characters grew, as if they were fed on the very fumes of industrial soot. The manuscript's first whispers slipped out on the backs of courier pigeons and the gossip of barmaids at the nearby tavern. A curious clerk at the local bookshop peeked at the pages, snorted at the rabbit's panic, and declared, "It's like Alice meets Doctor Who, a time-bending tea party." The irony was delicious. A story about escaping reality became the very thing that escaped its own paper prison. Elinor felt a shiver of pride as the ink dried, smelling like fresh rain on cobblestones, while the candle sputtered out, as if the story itself had inhaled the darkness. She imagined future generations reading the tale on glowing screens, still hearing the rabbit's frantic footfalls. Little did Elinor know that her scribbles would outgrow the cramped scriptorium, marching into theaters, music halls, and eventually the neon glow of cinema marquees. The white rabbit would become a meme, the Cheshire cat a viral emoji, and Wonderland a cultural shorthand for any absurd, upside-down situation, from political scandals to viral dance challenges. The scent of ink gave way to the smell of popcorn and digital pixels, but the core of the tale, curiosity wrapped in irony, remained as pungent as ever. Elinor's quill may have rusted, but the story's heartbeat still thumps like a drum in a rock concert, reminding us that imagination refuses to be footnoted. So, when you hear a rabbit mutter, "Late again," remember it all began in a damp, candle-lit room where a restless writer dared to let logic slip through the looking-glass. In the hushed glow of gilded drawing rooms, Elinor's thin folio slipped from trembling hands onto polished mahogany, its crisp pages scented with lavender tea and the faint bite of cigar ash. By night, the manuscript rode a carriage of gossip into the cramped stalls of penny dreadful sellers, where the paper was folded like a secret map and sold for a copper penny. The smell of ink mingled with the sour whiff of coal smoke wafting from nearby factories, turning aristocratic whispers into street corner murmurs. Even the lamplighters paused, squinting at the bold title, Wonderland, as if it were a password to a hidden club. Ragged-clad actors seized the manuscript's opening lines, staging impromptu performances on wooden crates outside the market, their voices cracking like the clatter of a steam engine. They flung costumes made of sackcloth and bright silks, the rustle of fabric echoing the clamor of looms in the background. Meanwhile, brisk-handed illustrators slapped charcoal sketches onto broadsides, their charcoal dust settling like soot on the faces of onlookers. The crowd roared, half in delight, half in the uneasy feeling that the absurdity mirrored the very machines grinding their lives into gears. The tale's absurd rabbit hole became a mirror for a city straining under soot-caked chimneys and the clanking of pistons, each absurd twist whispering of the precarious tightrope between servant and master. Women in the story brandished wits sharper than their sewing needles, a sly jab at the genteel expectations that kept them hemmed into aprons. Class divisions cracked like brittle porcelain when a pauper prince begged for a cup of tea, only to be offered a splash of river water. Audiences, from soot-blackened laborers to silk-gloved duchesses, felt a shiver of recognition, as if Wonderland had scribbled their secret worries onto its margins. Soon Wonderland morphed into a whispered password, passed from tavern barkeep to ballroom waltzer, a secret that made both the highfalutin and the ragged feel like conspirators in a grand joke. The humor was as sharp as a razor blade carrot, slicing through pretension, while the irony dripped like melted candle wax onto polished marble. Children giggled at the Mad Hatter's tea party, while old men muttered about the absurdity of a world where teacups could float on steel rails. The story had become a cultural virus, infecting pamphlets, street songs, and even the factory foreman's shouted orders, provoking smiles and occasionally a clenched fist. Elinor watched from her attic, the scent of oil paint and damp parchment seeping through the floorboards, as her words roamed free like unruly pigeons. She felt both thrilled by the roar of the masses and bruised by the knowledge that no one would ever read the marginalia she had tucked between chapters. The ink that once bound her to a tidy narrative now ran wild, splashing over the very ideas she tried to corral, leaving her to wonder if the author ever really owned a story at all. With a wry smile, she sipped her tea, hearing somewhere a distant laugh that sounded oddly like her own voice, echoing from a penny dreadful stall. When the first flickering reels rolled out in 1915, Wonderland leapt from paper into the silver screen with a puff of soot and the scent of nitrate. The camera chased the Cheshire Cat through a set of cracked mirrors, each shard catching a glint of gaslight and the audience's gasps. Directors swapped Alice's dainty teacups for clanking teacups of industrial steel, the clatter echoing like a locomotive in a dream. The film's title cards crackled with witty wordplay, but the studio's censor, armed with a ruler and a moral compass, snipped any grin that seemed too mischievous. Yet the crowd roared, thrilled by the absurd ballet of shadows and light, as if they'd just swallowed a kaleidoscope. By the late 1920s, Wonderland found a new home on the crackling airwaves, where voices painted pictures louder than any projector could. Radio dramatists gave the Mad Hatter a gravelly drawl that smelled of cheap whiskey and stale cigar smoke, while the White Rabbit's ticking watch became a metronome of panic in listeners' ears. The Federal Communications Board, ever the party pooper, demanded the removal of any subversive nonsense, so the crew swapped revolution for revelry in the script. Listeners, however, caught the sly double meaning, humming the forbidden verses in the privacy of their kitchen linoleum. The broadcast's static hiss became a secret handshake for those who tasted rebellion in a cup of tea. Commercial vultures soon spotted the goldmine, plastering Wonderland's icons on everything from candy wrappers to cigarette tins, each product exhaling a sugary, tobacco-laden perfume. Alice's blue dress morphed into a fashion line that promised curiouser confidence, while the Queen of Hearts playing cards sold as novelty credit cards, their plastic edges buzzing like angry bees. Yet in the back alleys of jazz clubs, the same symbols sparked protest chants. The White Rabbit's pocket watched now a ticking timer for civil rights rallies. Posters of the Cheshire Grin flickered in protest graffiti, a grin that said, "We see you, and we're still here." The paradox thickened. Wonderland was both a nostalgic lullaby and a battle cry, each adaptation adding a new layer of irony. Every new medium acted like a mirror, reflecting the era's clamor. The roaring 20s jazz, the smoky noir of the 30s, the neon flicker of post-war television. On a rainy night, a theater's marquee glowed amber, the smell of popcorn mingling with wet pavement as audiences cheered the latest Technicolor rabbit hole. In the 1950s, the cartoon shorts splashed bright primary colors onto living room walls. the sound of squeaky shoes and brass trumpets punching through the hum of a vacuum cleaner. The 1970 psychedelic posters dripped with tie-dye swirls, the scent of incense curling around the flicker of a disco ball, while a new generation rewrote the Mad Hatter's monologue into a rock anthem. Each iteration forced Wonderland to stretch, bend, and sometimes snap. Yet the core, wonder tangled with absurdity, remained as stubborn as a stubbornly stuck puzzle piece. So, as we stand before the latest VR headset that promises to plunge you into a rabbit hole you can actually feel, we hear the echo of those early reels and crackling radios. The scent of burnt celluloid, the metallic tang of old studio lights, and the faint whiff of rebellion still linger in the digital ether. Wonderland's characters, now pixelated rebels and nostalgic emojis, still wink at us from every screen, daring us to question reality while sipping absurdity. The mirrors of modernity may have multiplied, but each reflection shows the same grin, bewildered, mischievous, and oddly comforting. In the end, whether projected on a wall, broadcast through a speaker, or streamed into a headset, Wonderland remains the ultimate paradox, a carnival of wonder that never quite lets us leave. The world turned its eyes toward the sprawling plaza of New Avalon as the centennial of Wonderland unfurled like a fireworks display. Scholars in tweed jackets swapped footnotes over steaming cups of chai, while street artists sprayed neon dragons onto the concrete. The air hummed with the clatter of vinyl record players, the scent of fried dough, and the distant echo of a bagpipe solo that seemed to ask, "Are we really celebrating a story about a rabbit hole?" Banners fluttered like oversized postcards, each emblazoned with the crimson wheel that would soon dominate the skyline. Even the pigeons wore tiny top hats, as if the whole city had been invited to a very elaborate costume party. The first day sparked a literary showdown that felt part academic conference, part reality TV roast. Traditionalists, clutching leather-bound copies of the original manuscript, argued that Wonderland must stay pure, its language as unblemished as a fresh snowflake. Across the lawn, avant-garde performers launched a glitter-covered reinterpretation, projecting holographic Cheshire cats that sang karaoke versions of 80s power ballads. The crowd split like a deck of cards, some cheering the reverence, others hooting at the absurdity of a dancing teapot reciting Shakespeare. The tension crackled louder than the nearby food truck's deep-fried onion rings. At the heart of the festival rose the Crimson Carousel, a massive, spiraling contraption of polished mahogany, ruby-painted horses, and flickering LED lanterns that pulsed to the beat of a live drum circle. Visitors were invited to climb aboard, spin the wheel, and upload their own Wonderland fantasies onto a giant digital canvas that wrapped around the structure like a living tapestry. The scent of sawdust and hot metal mingled with the sweet perfume of jasmine from nearby gardens, while the carousel's gears sang a low, metallic hymn. Children squealed as they rode, adults whispered theories into microphones, and a troupe of break dancers performed on the moving platform, their sneakers squeaking against the polished wood. It was a spectacle that felt both nostalgic and wildly futuristic, as if Lewis Carroll had been resurrected as a DJ. As the sun dipped, the carousel reached a fever pitch, and the weight of competing visions finally gave way, literally. A sudden groan rippled through the mahogany, followed by a cascade of crimson paint that splashed the crowd like an over-enthusiastic paintball match. The structure shuddered, bolts popping like popcorn, and the horses toppled in a slow-motion ballet of wood, metal, and glitter, sending a cloud of sawdust and burnt sugar into the night air. Screams mingled with laughter as participants slipped on the slick, sticky mess, and a lone saxophonist improvised a mournful solo on a broken horse's saddle. The collapse turned the festival into a chaotic tableau, forcing everyone to stare at the wreckage and ask, "What have we built?" In the aftermath, the plaza resembled a battlefield of imagination, littered with broken horses, shredded scripts, and half-eaten churros that stuck to the floor like confetti. Organizers gathered the survivors, scholars nursing ink-stained fingers, artists with glitter in their hair, and fans covered in caramel, into a circle around a crackling fire. They shared stories of why Wonderland mattered, from childhood bedtime whispers to late-night meme battles on the internet, discovering that the myth lived not in a single version, but in the mess of interpretations. As the firelight danced on the scarred carousel remnants, a quiet consensus emerged. The true wonder lay in the willingness to spin, stumble, and rebuild together. And somewhere in the distance, a lone horse whinnied as if to say, "Hold on tight. The ride's just begun." When the last brass horse clanged to a halt, a ragtag crew of dream hunters swooped in, their gloves slick with the sweet, metallic tang of burnt circuitry. They lifted the splintered carousel pieces like archaeologists unearthing a neon-lit tomb, each fragment humming with the echo of a child's laugh. The air smelled of popcorn and ozone, a reminder that even magic leaves a faint electric aftertaste. With a wink and a nod to the absurd, they whispered that the wreckage was just a pre-release version of something bigger, a beta test for the next chapter of wonder. Back in the glow of a cramped basement, programmers stitched those salvaged gears into a pixel-perfect indie game that felt like Alice stumbling into an arcade. Players tapped their way through looping loops, hearing the clack of wooden horses and the distant roar of a carnival organ that smelled faintly of stale cotton candy. The game's leaderboard glowed with usernames like Mad Hatter 99 and Cheshire Catnip, a tongue-in-cheek salute to the original mischief. Critics called it the most charming glitch since the Matrix rebooted itself, and gamers cheered, their thumbs leaving smudges like fingerprints on a glass case of curiosity. Not content with 2D nostalgia, a VR studio grabbed the carousel's broken mirror and turned it into a portal that swallowed users whole. Strapping on headsets, people found themselves perched on a carousel horse that smelled of pine sap and cheap leather, the wind whipping past like a backstage fan at a rock concert. The virtual world crackled with neon fireworks, and every spin released a chorus of giggles that sounded suspiciously like a 90s sitcom laugh track. As participants screamed and laughed, their real-world breath fogged the lenses, reminding everyone that even digital dreams can leave you feeling sweaty and slightly disoriented. Meanwhile, on the brick-covered streets of the old district, community artists sprayed the carousel's shattered silhouette across a massive wall, the paint dripping like melted butter on toast. The mural pulsed with colors that smelled of fresh spray paint and the faint, comforting aroma of rain on hot pavement. Children ran their fingers over the glossy surface, feeling the raised ridges where the original wood had once turned, while elders pointed out hidden nods to the manuscript's original verses. Passers-by paused, half laughing at the sight of a unicorn wearing a VR headset, a cheeky nod to the absurdity that now defines the legend. All these fragments, digital, tactile, painted, melded into an everlasting echo that reverberates through cafes, classrooms, and late-night Twitch streams. Wonderland, once a solitary manuscript, now lives as a living, breathing cultural icon that refuses to stay still, much like a cat that refuses to sit still on a sunny windowsill. Each new incarnation honors the whimsical spirit of its creator, while adding a splash of contemporary grit, like a vintage record scratched with a modern remix. And so, the carousel spins on, not on rails, but in the collective imagination, its music a mix of old-world charm and the electric buzz of tomorrow. Alice tumbled headfirst into the yawning rabbit hole, the air thick with the sour scent of damp earth and stale tea. She emerged into a world that glittered like a shattered kaleidoscope, where every shadow seemed to hum with secret meaning. The very walls whispered, "Welcome to the looking glass of meaning," as if a Victorian tour guide had taken a detour through a fever dream. Her eyes flickered over teacups that sang, mushrooms that sneezed, and a sky painted in the bruised purple of a bruised ego. In that moment, curiosity cracked open like an overripe egg, spilling golden questions onto the floor. A tiny bottle perched on a mushroom's cap beckoned with a label that read, "Drink me," in curling, mischievous script. When Alice tipped it, the liquid fizzed like a soda pop gone rogue, releasing a perfume of peppermint and rusted metal. She gulped, and the world shrank around her, the floor turning into a patchwork quilt of cobblestones and ant-sized teacups. The shrinking potion pulsed as a symbol of curiosity's bite, each sip promising a fresh perspective, but also a dizzying loss of footing. She laughed, feeling the absurdity of a giant girl waddling through a garden of teacup-sized daisies, like a tick-tock challenge gone Victorian. From a crooked branch, the Cheshire Cat materialized, his grin stretching wider than a Broadway marquee. The grin hovered in the air like a neon sign advertising impermanence, open 24/7, then vanished, leaving only the echo of a faint, sardonic chuckle. Its teeth glinted like polished brass, a reminder that nothing stays put long enough to finish a sentence. Alice reached out, only to feel the cool draft of a phantom whisker, the cat's humor slicing through the tension like a butter knife on stale bread. The cat's disappearing act taught her that meaning can dissolve as quickly as a Snapchat filter, leaving behind a lingering scent of ozone and mischief. The white rabbit darted past, clutching a pocket watch that ticked louder than a marching band in a library. Its brass case glowed amber, each beat a drum roll announcing the relentless march of time that no tea party could ever stall. Alice heard the watch's click-clack echo off the mushroom walls, a metronome that made her heart race like a caffeinated hamster. The rabbit's frantic muttering, "I'm late, I'm late," sounded like a broken GPS, pointing nowhere yet insisting urgency. In that frantic chase, the pocket watch became a symbol of how curiosity must wrestle with the clock, a dance as awkward as a 90s sitcom dance number. With each symbol humming its own tune, Alice sensed the story's central mystery weaving like a spider's silk through the absurd landscape. The shrinking potion, Cheshire grin, and ticking watch formed a trinity of curiosity, impermanence, and time, each tugging at her thoughts like mischievous puppeteers. She realized the looking glass was not just a mirror, but a portal that reflected every hidden meaning back at the beholder, as sharp as a razor blade wrapped in velvet. A shiver crawled up her spine, mixing the sweet perfume of roses with the sour bite of iron, an uncomfortable yet exhilarating cocktail. And so, with a grin that threatened to split the sky, she stepped forward, ready to chase the next riddle. Because in Wonderland, the only certainty is that nothing stays certain for long. Alice slipped through a thicket of whispering ferns, the air thick with the sour perfume of damp earth and wilted roses. Moonlight filtered through tangled branches, painting the path in silver-blue patches that danced like nervous fireflies. She heard the distant clatter of teacups echoing like a marching band gone mad, and her heart thumped in time with the absurd rhythm. The garden ahead unfurled like a living puzzle, each hedge shaped into impossible angles that mocked Euclid. She tightened her grip on her pinafore, ready for whatever paradox the night would serve. At the heart of the garden stood a table the size of a small carriage, piled high with cracked china, saucers that sang when tipped, and a teapot that puffed out clouds of cinnamon-spiced steam. The Mad Hatter, hair a wild tangle of copper wires, chattered away, his voice a blend of a carnival barker and a broken gramophone. Beside him, the March Hare thumped his foot, scattering crumbs of stale scone that smelled of butter and old library dust. A brass kettle hissed like a dragon coughing, and the air trembled with the clink of silver spoons striking porcelain in a frantic waltz. Even the garden gnomes seemed to lean in, their stone eyes glittering with mischief. Between sips of tea that tasted like nostalgia and pepper, the Hatter launched his infamous riddle. Why is a raven like a writing desk? The question hung in the air like a half-cooked soufflé, absurd yet oddly tantalizing. Alice frowned, feeling the weight of 1,000 Victorian textbooks pressing on her shoulders, each page whispering about proper conduct and arithmetic drills. The hare answered with a grin, because Poe wrote on it, and the crowd erupted in a chorus of giggles that sounded like a malfunctioning music box. The riddle, dripping with nonsense, peeled back a layer of the garden's veneer, exposing the ridiculous scaffolding of society's expectations. Behind the laughter, the riddles sliced through the polished facade of Victorian education like a knife through a boiled egg. The Hatter's nonsensical logic mocked the rote memorization that turned children into walking abacuses, while the hare's chaotic antics ridiculed the rigid etiquette that forced people to smile while choking on stale crumpets. The garden's twisted topiary, shaped like impossible equations, hinted that truth could be bent, not merely accepted. Even the teacups, each cracked like a broken syllabus, suggested that knowledge, when left to rot, becomes a bitter brew. Alice sensed the irony. The very absurdity that made her dizzy was the only weapon against a world that demanded conformity. As the moon rose higher, the tea party swirled into a vortex of clattering plates and whispered dissent, and Alice felt a strange exhilaration bubbling in her chest, like soda fizzing in a teapot. She realized that the Garden of Paradoxes was not just a whimsical set piece, but a mirror reflecting the absurdity of a society that prized appearances over authenticity. With a cheeky grin, she raised her cup to the Hatter and declared, "Let's toast to riddles that ruin school boards and to gardens that grow logic on their heads." The Hatter tipped his hat, the hare bowed, and the garden seemed to sigh, releasing a puff of fragrant moss that smelled oddly like fresh ink. Alice stepped back onto the path, her mind buzzing with the delicious discomfort of questioning everything, ready to carry the garden's secret into the waking world. The courtroom erupted like a carnival of clanking swords and rusted trumpets. The Queen of Hearts perched on a throne of oversized playing cards that glimmered like tarnished metals. The air tasted of stale tea and burnt sugar, while the red-clad guards shuffled in step, their uniforms clicking like a metronome gone mad. Each card, spades, clubs, diamonds, hearts, stood rigid as a regiment of soldiers, a living hierarchy that whispered of class and order. As Alice stepped onto the squeaky floorboards, the murmur of the crowd rose to a feverish chant, turning the scene into a living tableau of Victorian pomp gone sideways. The trial unfolded not as a legal proceeding, but as a mirror held up to Alice's own bewildered soul, each accusation a jab at her fragile sense of self. The Queen's voice cracked like a cracked record, demanding proof that Alice had not stolen a tart or broken a rule that never existed. Sweat slicked Alice's brow, mingling with the faint perfume of wilted roses that clung to the drapes, and she felt the weight of every card's stare pressing down like 1,000 tiny judges. In that chaotic courtroom, the law became a carnival game, and Alice was forced to juggle her identity while the deck reshuffled itself on a whim. It was as if Alice had been thrust onto a reality TV set where the judges wore crowns and the audience threw confetti made of shredded contracts. The Queen's tirade sounded like a karaoke version of "We Are the Champions," only louder and more absurd, while the playing cards chanted in unison like a flash mob of bureaucrats. The absurdity tickled the nerves, yet each ridiculous proclamation cut deeper than a razor-sharp wit, reminding her that even in nonsense there lies a razor-thin line of truth. The irony dripped like honeyed venom, making the whole spectacle feel both ludicrous and oddly familiar, like watching a modern courtroom drama through a funhouse mirror. The scent of ink and damp parchment filled the room, mingling with the metallic tang of blood-red roses that the Queen tossed like confetti. A jittery mouse scurried across the floor, leaving a trail of squeaky footprints that echoed like tiny drums of war. The card's edges scraped against the wooden bench, producing a chorus of squeaks that sounded like a haunted piano in a haunted house. Alice's heart hammered against her ribs, each beat a drum roll announcing the next absurd charge, while the crowd's laughter rose like a chorus of mischievous goblins. When the final verdict hung in the air like a wilted banner, Alice realized the trial was less about guilt and more about the relentless reshaping of who she thought she was. She stood, trembling yet defiant, as the Queen's crown tilted like a lopsided hat in a windy street, and the cards shuffled into a new formation, ready to crown the next bewildered soul. In that moment, the courtroom became a crucible, forging a version of Alice that could laugh at the absurdity while still clutching the remnants of her own narrative. The echo of the Queen's laugh lingered, a reminder that identity, like a deck of cards, is ever-changing, and the only true victory is learning to play the game with a grin. The garden swelled with a sudden, electric hush as the Queen's voice cracked like a cracked violin string, demanding the knave's head. A dozen hedgehogs scuttled under the rose arches, their spines glinting like tiny daggers in the waning sun. Alice felt the cold bite of the wind, a scent of damp earth and wilted lilies curling around her throat. The croquet field, once a polite pastime, exploded into a surreal battlefield where the rules melted like butter on a hot skillet. Even the sun seemed to tilt, casting long, trembling shadows that danced to the Queen's manic drumbeat. In the chaos, a flamingo, its pink neck arched like a royal scepter, became the makeshift mallet, slapping hedgehog balls with a clatter that sounded like broken glass. Each strike sent a squeal of protest through the garden, a chorus of squeaky toys and distant church bells. The hedgehog balls rolled like angry planets, their spikes tearing at the grass and leaving tiny, blood-red punctures that smelled of iron and fresh rain. This grotesque equipment mocked the very notion of power, turning the Queen's authority into a circus act worthy of a late-night talk show. The absurdity crackled in the air, as if the universe had swapped its serious suit for a clown's oversized shoes. Suddenly, Alice stepped forward, her voice cutting through the pandemonium like a laser pointer on a cat. "All the world's a stage," she declared, borrowing Shakespeare's line and tossing it like a grenade into the Queen's court. The words ricocheted off the flamingo mallet, shattering the illusion of order with a sound that resembled a popcorn kernel popping in a microwave. For a heartbeat, the garden fell silent, the only noise the distant hum of a bee that sounded suspiciously like a low-key rap beat. In that hush, every spectator, human, card, and creature alike, saw the thin veil of performance peel away, revealing raw, messy humanity underneath. The battle resumed, but now each swing of the flamingo felt like a sarcastic applause, and the hedgehog balls bounced with the gusto of a video game boss fight. The scent of crushed roses mixed with the acrid tang of sweat and the faint, nostalgic aroma of popcorn from a nearby carnival stand. The Queen's shrill commands turned into a cacophony of squeaky toys and distant traffic horns, a soundtrack that would make even a TikTok trend cringe. Alice's heart hammered like a drumline, her cheeks flushed with the heat of rebellion and the chill of realization that she was both player and playwright. Even the garden's stones seemed to mutter gossip, their gritty surfaces slick with dew and the occasional stray tear. As the final hedgehog ball burst, scattering spines like confetti at a particularly chaotic New Year's party, the Queen's fury fizzled into a puff of glittery smoke. The garden settled into an uneasy calm, the air thick with the sweet perfume of victory and the sour aftertaste of absurdity. Alice stood amidst the wreckage, her grin as crooked as a mischievous cat, knowing she had turned the Queen's tyrannical game into a theatrical farce. The hidden meanings, power's distortion, illusion's fragility, and the ever-present joke that life is a ridiculous improv, climbed to a fevered peak, leaving the audience both bewildered and delighted. With a theatrical bow, Alice whispered, "Encore, anyone!" And the garden echoed with a chorus of reluctant applause and a distant, bemused chuckle from the Cheshire Cat. Alice jolted awake to the rustle of rosemary and the sharp bite of morning dew on her cheek, the garden looking like a stage set for a tea party gone rogue. A chorus of robins squawked like over-eager TikTok influencers, each tweet a tiny alarm clock for the soul. She brushed clumps of soil from her dress, feeling the gritty grit of earth cling like a stubborn ex-relationship. The sun poured gold through the lattice, painting her eyelashes with a glow that made the world feel both intimate and absurdly cinematic. In that moment, the garden seemed less a safe haven and more a living, breathing mirror of everything she had just survived. She stared at the pond's surface, where a silvered mirror floated like a lazy cat, reflecting not just her face, but the absurdity of a girl chasing a rabbit in a waistcoat. The mirror mocked her, showing a version of Alice with a crown of daisies and a crown of doubts, each petal a tiny question mark. She laughed, remembering the Cheshire grin that lingered like a lingering aftertaste of peppermint candy. The reflection whispered that every twist in the looking glass was really a turn inward, a backstage pass to her own growth. In the end, the mirror was less about illusion and more about giving her a backstage view of the actress she was becoming. Tick-tock went the pocket watch she found lodged in a foxglove, its hands spinning faster than a celebrity gossip feed. The relentless ticking drummed against her ribs, a reminder that time in Wonderland stretched like chewing gum, sometimes snapping back with a pop. She recalled the Mad Hatter's tea party, where clocks melted like butter on a hot pan, and realized that each second she'd wasted chasing nonsense was actually a lesson in patience. The smell of stale tea and the metallic clang of the watch's gears filled the air, making her stomach churn with both nausea and excitement. It struck her that the clock was not a tyrant but a teacher, urging her to sync her heartbeat with the rhythm of her own curiosity. A deck of playing cards fluttered down from the oak like a flock of disgruntled pigeons, each card squeaking a tiny shuffle as it hit the grass. The Queen of Hearts, with her rouge lips and a temper hotter than a summer grill, had once demanded beheadings for the slightest slip-up, yet now the cards lay flat, exposing their backs like embarrassed teenagers. Alice felt the rough texture of the cardboard against her fingertips, smelling faintly of ink and old library dust, a scent that made her think of late-night study sessions. She chuckled at the irony. The very symbols of arbitrary authority were now harmless props, reminding her that power is often a paper cut away from being meaningless. In the soft rustle of the cards, she heard a whisper that every rule she'd broken was a step toward writing her own rulebook. With garden birds chirping a triumphant anthem, Alice gathered the mirrors, clocks, and cards into a mental scrapbook, each item a breadcrumb on the trail to self-knowledge. She realized the fantastical chaos had been a mirror, a metronome, and a deck of wild possibilities, all reflecting her own hunger to grow, to question, and to reinvent herself. The garden's scent of fresh earth and blooming roses now smelled like triumph, a fragrant badge of earned wisdom. She smiled, feeling the absurdity of her adventure settle into a warm, slightly ridiculous confidence, like finally mastering a video game level after countless respawns. In that quiet epiphany, Alice understood that the true Wonderland was the one she carried inside, ever expanding, ever laughing, and forever ready for the next rabbit hole. The night hung heavy over London, a wool-thick fog curling around the gaslights of a cramped salon. Inside, cigar smoke mingled with the sour perfume of cheap perfume and polished mahogany, while a gramophone crooned a waltz that sounded like a dying wail. Evelyn, a 20-something painter with paint-splattered cuffs, hovered near a cracked mirror, nursing a tea that tasted of soot. The room buzzed with the clink of crystal glasses and the murmurs of bored aristocrats who thought avant-garde meant a new brand of cravat. Yet beneath the chatter, a restless curiosity flickered in her eyes, as if she were waiting for a rabbit to burst through the wall. The butler, with a bow tie as stiff as his demeanor, slipped a leather-bound volume onto the side table, its gold lettering glinting like a secret invitation. Evelyn cracked open Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and the words spilled out, tumbling like teacups in a mad tea party. She read about a girl who grew tall, shrank small, and argued with a Cheshire grin that seemed to know all the gossip of the salon. The narrative's dream logic, logic that bent like a rubber band, snapped against her rational mind, making her heart race like a horse on a carousel. She laughed, half delighted, half horrified, at the notion that a rabbit could wear a waistcoat and still be late for a very important date, whispering, "I'm late," in her mind. That night, Evelyn dragged a canvas to the attic, where the only light came from a single naked bulb that hummed like a disgruntled bee. She splashed cobalt blues and vermilion reds, trying to trap the absurdity of a world where doors opened onto seas of tears. Her brushstrokes twisted into serpentine corridors, each line a hallway that led nowhere and everywhere at once. The scent of turpentine mixed with the lingering perfume of the salon, creating a heady cocktail that made her dizzy with possibility. As the paint dried, she swore she could hear the white rabbit muttering, "I'm late," from behind a stack of oil cans. The next morning, Evelyn stormed into the studio of her friend Jasper, a sculptor who claimed he could carve the sound of a sigh. Over clinking glasses of gin, they debated whether Carol's nonsense was a precursor to the surrealist movement that would soon erupt like a fireworks show in Paris. Jasper laughed, comparing the Mad Hatter's hat to a Picasso Cubist cap, while Evelyn argued that Alice herself was the original Instagram filter for reality. Their conversation was punctuated by the crackle of a fireplace that smelled like burnt paper and fresh ambition. In a sudden burst of irony, Jasper tossed a teacup at the wall, and it shattered into shards that resembled tiny mirrors reflecting their own bewildered faces. Fueled by that chaotic tableau, Evelyn pledged to fuse literature and paint, to let canvases whisper stories louder than any gallery plaque. She sketched a series of works where teacups floated above melting clocks, and Cheshire cats prowled through foggy London streets, each piece a portal to a waking dream. The exhibition that followed shocked the art world, as critics stumbled over their words like Alice stumbling over the Queen's croquet mallet. Yet amid the applause and the occasional snort of disbelief, Evelyn felt a quiet triumph, as if she had finally found the rabbit hole that led straight to her own imagination. And so, in that fog-laden salon turned memory, the curious beginning of her quest took root, promising that every brushstroke could be a step down a rabbit's winding path. Evelyn slipped into the cramped Parisian, loft like a moth chasing a flickering lantern. The air smelled of stale coffee and turpentine, while a cracked gramophone crooned an off-key waltz. Around a rickety table sat Marcel Duchamp, Max Ernst, and Leonora Carrington, each clutching a notebook bristling with doodles of talking teacups and grinning Cheshire cats. They called themselves the Wonderland Circle, a secret society that believed Alice's rabbit hole was a shortcut to the subconscious. With a conspiratorial grin, Evelyn accepted the invitation to dive headfirst into the absurd, feeling the thrum of possibility like a drumbeat in her chest. Marcel lifted a battered chess piece, its wooden knight scarred from countless games, and declared it the perfect metaphor for the Red Queen's relentless march. He sketched a pocket watch melting over a teacup, the ink dripping like honeyed bile onto the page. As he spoke, the room filled with the clatter of his fountain pen, punctuated by the occasional sigh of the old radiator wheezing in protest. The sketch morphed into a ready-made sculpture, a discarded bottle stopper perched atop a teacup, titled "Time for Tea Served Cold." Evelyn laughed, half amused and half uneasy, as the piece whispered that reality could be as slippery as a buttered floor in a hallway of mirrors. Max Ernst, ever the alchemist of images, tossed a pile of newspaper clippings onto the table, each headline screaming about wars and love affairs. He ripped them apart with his teeth, the paper rustling like dry leaves, and glued the torn fragments onto a canvas that already bore a giant, grinning rabbit with a monocle. The rabbit's nose emitted a faint, sour scent of fermented mushrooms, a nod to the hallucinogenic mushrooms that Alice might have nibbled. As Max added a floating teacup that dripped ink instead of tea, the room filled with a faint metallic tang, as if the walls themselves were exhaling copper. Evelyn felt the collage pulse, a chaotic heartbeat that echoed the rabbit's frantic hops through a landscape of impossible angles. Leonora leaned forward, her eyes glittering like polished obsidian, and whispered that the Queen of Hearts was merely a jealous lover of chaos. She painted a portrait of a skeletal queen, sipping a broth made from wilted roses, the scent of rot and perfume mingling in a nauseating perfume that made Evelyn's stomach flip. With a flourish, Leonora stitched a torn silk veil onto a mannequin shaped like a teacup, the fabric fluttering like a nervous moth trapped in amber. The mannequin emitted a low, guttural hum, reminiscent of a subway train rumbling beneath a city that never sleeps, reminding everyone that wonder can be as gritty as a subway platform. Evelyn giggled at the absurdity, realizing that Leonora's work turned the whimsical into a haunting mirror that reflected both delight and dread. As the night waned, the quartet gathered their creations, arranging them like trophies on a cracked wooden shelf that creaked under the weight of imagination. They drafted a manifesto titled Dreams Down the Rabbit Hole, promising to let absurdity bleed into every brushstroke, collage, and performance. The words crackled on the page like static, promising that future artists would chase Alice's white rabbit into galleries, coffee shops, and even TikTok feeds. Evelyn left the loft with a pocket full of charcoal smudges and a head buzzing with the scent of turpentine, tea, and the faint echo of a distant laugh. She knew the rabbit hole had become a highway for modern surrealist art, a place where the grotesque and the gorgeous rode side by side, and she was ready to drive it straight into the next century. In a smoky Parisian studio, a ragtag band of painters huddled around a battered easel, daring to tear down the polite walls of academic art. They whispered about automatism, a technique that let the brush run wild like a rabbit down a hallway that never ends. The idea was simple. Let the subconscious spill onto canvas, just as Alice slipped through the looking glass into a world where logic melted like butter. Yet the city's critics hissed, their pens sharper than a dormouse's teeth, demanding order and propriety. Undeterred, the artists cracked open a bottle of cheap absinthe, inhaled the bitter perfume, and promised to paint madness itself. Max Ernst answered that challenge by cobbling together a mechanical beast that looked like a circus elephant with a head shaped like a teapot. He scavenged scrap metal, oil-slicked canvas, and a stray cloud of smoke, then let his hand move without thought, letting chance dictate the composition. The resulting elephant Celebes loomed on the wall, its massive body exhaling a rust-laden sigh that smelled of wet iron and forgotten factories. Viewers recoiled, half laughing, half shivering, as the creature's single eye glowed like the Cheshire Cat's grin after a night of neon cocktails. Even the janitor swore he heard a distant trumpet, a reminder that surrealism could march to its own absurd drumbeat. Across the Atlantic, Salvador Dali took a different route, stitching together melting clocks that dripped over a barren desert like cheap cheese left out in the sun. He painted the scene under the hum of a ceiling fan that rattled like an overcooked popcorn kernel, the air thick with the scent of hot wax and rosemary. The soft watches sagged over dead trees, their faces stretching into impossible smiles that echoed Alice's bewildered stare at a tea party gone wrong. Dolly whispered to his muse, his own mustache, about time being a slippery eel, and the canvas responded with a chorus of silent, ticking sighs. Critics called it a visual joke, but the painting stuck in the public's mind like a catchy meme that refuses to fade. Yet the road to surreal fame was paved with potholes of scandal. As galleries balked at the grotesque juxtapositions and patrons clutched their pearls tighter than a nervous rabbit's ears. The artists faced lawsuits, bans, and the occasional heckle that sounded like a chorus of angry teacups clattering in a storm. Still, each insult fed their fire. They painted louder, splashing crimson reds that smelled of fresh blood and cheap wine onto the canvas. In every scathing review, they spotted a Cheshire grin hidden in the typeface, a reminder that paradox thrives on ridicule. Even the police once raided a studio, only to leave bewildered after tripping over a pile of paint tubes that squeaked like rubber ducks. By the time the 1930s rolled in, the influence of Alice's topsy-turvy logic had seeped into the very marrow of modern surrealist art. The group's experiments with automatism and bizarre juxtapositions gave birth to a visual language that still haunts Instagram feeds and blockbuster movie sets. Today, a street artist might spray a melting clock onto a subway car while a passerby snaps a tick-tock, shouting, "This is my brain on Alice." And the joke lands. The legacy of that mad tea party lives on in every painter who dares to let a rabbit pull them down a hole of imagination, no matter how greasy the floor gets. And as the curtain falls, the lingering scent of turpentine and fresh coffee reminds us that madness, like a good punchline, is best served hot. The night of the 1936 International Surrealist Exhibition crackled with electric anticipation. In a cavernous hall draped with black velvet, Evelyn stepped onto the stage, her hair a wild halo of ink. She announced the unveiling of a monumental triptych she'd christened Through the Looking Glass. The crowd, a mash-up of Dada drunks and earnest avant-garde, leaned in like cats eyeing a laser pointer. Everyone sensed that something absurdly profound was about to tumble out of the shadows. The three panels rose like a towering deck of cards, each surface slick with oil paint and the faint scent of turpentine and stale tea. Mirrors jutted out at impossible angles, reflecting fragmented faces and the glint of a Cheshire grin that seemed to flicker on and off. Playing cards fluttered from the canvas, their paper rustling like a nervous audience in a silent movie. As you stepped closer, the cool glass kissed your cheek while a distant, tinny piano tinkle echoed from somewhere inside the frame. The whole scene smelled of musty library dust mixed with the sweet rot of overripe strawberries, deliciously disorienting. Visitors were forced to crawl, tiptoe, and sometimes stumble through the maze of reflective corridors, their shoes squeaking on the lacquered floor. Every turn offered a new distortion. A rabbit in a waistcoat muttering market prices, a teacup that hissed like a steam engine. Some laughed, clutching their pearls of sanity, while others gagged at the sudden whiff of coppery blood that seemed to seep from a painted rose. The experience felt like being stuck inside a tick-tock glitch, where reality kept buffering and reloading. Yet, amid the chaos, a strange camaraderie blossomed as strangers exchanged bewildered glances and whispered, "Did you just see the Queen of Hearts doing the moonwalk?" At the climax, the central mirror shattered into a kaleidoscope of shards, each fragment projecting a different Wonderland tableau. The crowd gasped as the Mad Hatter's tea party erupted into a fireworks display of neon confetti and the scent of burnt sugar. In that instant, a collective revelation washed over the room. Wonderland wasn't just a story, it was the ultimate blueprint for surrealist rebellion. The audience erupted in applause that sounded like a chorus of marching teacups, and even the most stoic critics cracked a grin. Evelyn bowed, her eyes glittering like the Queen's jeweled crown, knowing she just turned a literary rabbit hole into a public playground. In the weeks that followed, painters swapped their palettes for playing cards, and sculptors began carving rabbit ears onto marble busts. Galleries worldwide started labeling any odd mirror installation as Alice-inspired, whether or not a single caterpillar appeared. Modern surrealists now cite Evelyn's triptych as the moment the genre learned to wink at pop culture while still smelling of old books and paint fumes. Even today, when a director shoots a scene of a hallway of endless doors, you can hear Evelyn's ghost humming, "We're all mad here." The legacy of that night proves that a 19th century English nonsense can still make 21st century art feel deliciously unhinged. When the brass gears of the Victorian steam age gave way to flickering pixels, artists heard Alice's giggle echo through the looking glass. They dusted off the tattered pages of Carol's madness and set them beside neon signs, as if a tea party were being served in a server room. The tale's absurd logic became a blueprint for those who wanted to bend reality like a rubber band. In smoky galleries, curators whispered, "If the White Rabbit can outrun a deadline, why can't our code?" The chorus of modern creators swore they were chasing the same elusive hare. Take the sprawling VR installation titled "Down the Digital Rabbit Hole," where visitors don headsets and tumble into a world of dripping clocks and floating teacups. The air smells of burnt ozone and stale biscuits, a sensory mash-up that makes you wonder if the Mad Hatter ever tried vaping. As you lurch past a chorus of chirping pixel birds, a chorus of glitchy giggles follows you like a mischievous chorus line. The artist, a former game designer named Maya, jokes that she programmed the Cheshire Cat to flicker whenever someone sneezes, because why not? The experience leaves you drenched in wonder and a little bit of virtual vertigo. Contemporary surrealists now speak a language that Alice herself might have invented over a cup of absurd tea. Their canvases splash neon pinks that scream louder than a 90s sitcom laugh track, while their sculptures twist familiar objects into grotesque jokes. Think a teacup that drips liquid light instead of tea. Critics compare the effect to watching Rick and Morty while riding a roller coaster through a museum. It's both disorienting and oddly comforting. Ironically, the more they try to rationalize the irrational, the more the work spirals into delightful chaos. In the end, the absurdity becomes a mirror, reflecting our own digital delirium. The gritty side of this Wonderland revival isn't all glitter and giggles. There's the sour tang of burnt coffee on a midnight coding sprint, the rustle of old paper under fluorescent lights, and the occasional scream of a projector overheating. Artists describe the sensation of stepping into a VR garden as if their skin were brushed by invisible moth wings, soft, yet unnervingly cold. The hum of servers becomes a modern-day hummingbird, buzzing around the white rabbit's pocket watch. Some viewers laugh, some cringe, but all feel the same pulse of curiosity that drove Carroll to pen his nonsense. It's a reminder that surrealism isn't just pretty pictures. It's the smell of curiosity, mixed with a dash of digital decay. So the narrative loop finally snaps shut, like a pocket watch winding back to midnight. The 19th century rabbit hole has widened into a broadband tunnel, yet the core thrill remains, stepping off the edge of logic and into a world where anything can happen. Modern creators toast the Mad Hatter's hat with holographic tea, inviting us to sip the future while chewing on the past. As the curtain falls on this chapter, the echo of Alice's voice still rings, urging us to chase curiosity wherever it leads, be it a rabbit, a pixel, or a VR headset. And somewhere in the digital ether, the Cheshire grin winks, promising that the adventure is never truly over. Alice, a bright yet sheltered girl of respectable middle-class stock, spent her mornings polishing silver spoons and her afternoons dreaming of distant lands. One rain-slick afternoon, a frantic white rabbit in a waistcoat darted past her garden gate, muttering about being late for a very important appointment. Without a second thought, Alice chased the creature, slipped on a slick patch of moss, and tumbled headfirst down a yawning rabbit hole. The descent smelled of damp earth, old tea, and a faint whiff of soot, as if the tunnel were a forgotten chimney of a Victorian factory. When she finally landed with a soft thump on a carpet of phosphorescent moss, the world around her had turned upside down, and the very air crackled with the absurdity of a Dickens novel written by a Mad Hatter. Before her stood the Wonderland court, a sprawling garden of oversized mushrooms and checkerboard hedges, each leaf glistening like a freshly minted penny. At the throne sat the Red Queen, pompous and imperious, her crown a gaudy tangle of glass beads that clinked like the chime of a railway station clock. Around her, a procession of talking cards shuffled obediently, their stiff collars and crisp edges mimicking the rigid dress codes of London's gentlemen's clubs. A dapper dormouse, perched on a teacup, whispered gossip that smelled of tobacco and cheap perfume, embodying the idle aristocracy who never lifted a finger beyond a fan. The whole scene pulsed with the hum of 100 tiny violins, a sound both elegant and eerily mechanical, like a steam engine trying to play a waltz. As Alice wandered, she encountered the March Hare, a jittery fellow whose frayed waistcoat and wild eyes screamed unmarried woman at a soirée, a living caricature of Victorian gender anxiety. He invited her to a never-ending tea party where teacups clanged like church bells and scones crumbled into puddles of jam, a chaotic chorus that mocked the genteel rituals of afternoon tea. The Hatter, with his top hat piled high with feathers and a pocket watch stuck at 5 minutes past forever, chattered about time like a gossip columnist obsessed with scandal. Their banter dripped with irony, each absurd rule. No one may speak unless they wear a hat, mirroring the absurdity of women being required to wear bonnets to be considered respectable. The scent of burnt sugar and stale biscuits hung heavy, reminding Alice that even in fantasy, the pressure to perform proper decorum can be as suffocating as a coal-filled London smog. Deeper still, Alice stumbled upon a courtroom of playing card soldiers, their painted faces frozen in a perpetual grin that resembled the smugness of a tax collector polishing his ledger. The cards marched in perfect rows, their spades and clubs clacking like the clatter of a bustling market stall, each step echoing the class divisions that kept the poor in the shadows of the aristocracy. A low-voiced Cheshire cat flickered in and out of view, its grin widening whenever a servant whispered about the master's new reforms. A sly nod to the reformist rhetoric that never quite reached the gutters. The air tasted of iron and cheap ale, a reminder that beneath the polished veneer of high society lay the gritty, often filthy reality of industrial England. When a nervous knave slipped a coin into Alice's palm, she felt the weight of wealth's illusion, as if she'd just been handed a golden ticket to a chocolate factory she'd never enter. Staggering back to the rabbit hole's mouth, Alice brushed crumbs of absurdity from her dress, her mind buzzing like a telegraph line during a storm. She realized that Wonderland's bizarre court was less a dream and more a satirical mirror, reflecting the stiff hierarchy, gendered expectations, and class chasms of her own world. With a wry smile, she whispered, "If only the Queen of England could learn to play croquet with flamingos, perhaps Parliament would be less flaming." The tunnel's exit greeted her with the familiar scent of rain-soaked cobblestones and the distant wail of a street organ, a comforting reminder that home, though imperfect, was still hers. And as she stepped onto the garden path, she felt a flicker of rebellion, like a modern superhero discovering their cape, ready to question the rules, even if the world still expected her to sip tea with her pinky raised. The garden glowed with a patchwork of cracked china and wilted roses, the air thick with boiled egg perfume and stale tea. Alice stepped onto a wobbly table, her shoes squeaking against the uneven wood, and felt the eyes of 100 invisible spectators. A brass kettle hissed like a steam engine spitting steam that curled into ghostly ribbons. The sun flickered through lace curtains, casting jittery shadows that danced like jitterbugging ballerinas. Every clink of a spoon sounded like a tiny bell of judgment, reminding her that even a sip demanded decorum. At the head of the table, the Mad Hatter perched in a towering hat that seemed to sprout feathers and tea bags, his grin as crooked as a Victorian corset. Beside him, the March Hare thumped his foot with manic energy, muttering about proper timing while spilling sugar like confetti. The Dormouse, half asleep in a teacup, whispered riddles that sounded suspiciously like gossip from the drawing room. Together, they parodied the era's rigid etiquette, offering absurd toast after absurd toast, each more nonsensical than the last. Their laughter cracked the porcelain air, echoing the clatter of ballroom heels on marble floors. Alice, clutching her frilly apron, tried to sip her tea, but the Hatter demanded she first recite the proper order of spoon-holding, a rule no one ever taught. She felt the weight of 1,000 unspoken expectations press on her shoulders, like a corset stitched from society's disapproval. When she protested, the Hare tossed a teacup at her, shouting that a lady must never argue, only smile politely while her mind screams. The absurdity of the ritual made her cheeks burn hotter than the tea, and she imagined herself as a Victorian Instagram influencer, posting number tea time tyranny. The scene smelt of burnt biscuits and stale propriety, a pungent reminder that women were expected to swallow both. Meanwhile, the men of the party, Hatter and Hare, wielded their frivolous authority like a scepter made of cracked teacups, commanding the conversation with nonsensical decrees. They swapped seats with a flourish, as if changing positions could rewrite the law of manners, while the dormouse snoozed, oblivious to the power play. Their jokes landed like cheap fireworks, bright but fleeting, leaving a lingering scent of boiled cabbage on the tablecloth. Alice watched as they strutted, their mustaches twitching in rhythm with the clatter, a parody of the gentlemen's clubs where bluster replaced substance. She realized the absurdity was intentional, a mirror held up to a world that let men dictate the absurd rules women were forced to obey. When the tea finally ran out, the Hatter announced a final farewell that sounded suspiciously like a marriage proposal, complete with a wilted rose and a promise of eternal bewilderment. Alice laughed, the sound bubbling like a kettle about to blow, and declared that she would no longer let anyone pour her tea in a teacup shaped like a cage. She rose from the table, the floorboards creaking under her resolve, and the garden seemed to sigh in relief. The mad tea party of etiquette, with its clattering china and ridiculous pomp, had exposed the thin veneer of Victorian propriety. In the end, the absurdity became her weapon, a sharp spoon she could wield against the stale broth of expectation. Alice steps onto the Queen's croquet ground, a manicured nightmare of flamingo mallets and hedgehog balls, and the air smells of wilted roses and stale tea. The Red Queen looms like a portrait of a stern Victorian monarch, her crimson coat flashing as she barks orders that echo the clatter of factory whistles. Every footstep on the grass crunches like the gravel under a workhouse gate, reminding Alice that this is no whimsical garden, but a stage for power. The sky is a bruised violet, and a distant foghorn sounds like a parliamentary gavel, sealing the absurdity of the scene. In this surreal arena, the rules bend like a corset under a steam engine, ready to snap at any moment. The Red Queen issues decrees with the snap of a ruler, demanding that hedgehogs be rolled in a direction that defies gravity, much like the arbitrary edicts of a monarch who never consulted a commoner. Her temper flares hotter than a coal furnace, and a sudden shout sends a flock of playing cards scattering like disgruntled clerks in a tax office. The ground trembles under the weight of her fury, and the scent of burnt tallow rises, recalling the dank smell of workhouse kitchens where obedience was the only seasoning. Alice watches, heart thudding like a steam locomotive, as a nervous rabbit scurries away, its ears flopping like the ragged flags of a mutinous crew. The scene feels as if Charles Dickens himself had slipped into a fever dream and decided to rewrite the law of gravity. Navigating this absurd court, Alice learns that a single curt off with your head can slice through dignity faster than a guillotine in a penny dreadful. She tiptoes between the flamingo mallets, each thwack against the hedgehogs sounding like a hammer on a prison cell door, reminding her that dissent is a dangerous game. The taste of copper lingers on her tongue, a metallic reminder of the price paid by those who dared to speak against the crown. Yet she clutches a tiny pocket watch, its ticking a rebellious heartbeat that refuses to be silenced by the Queen's roar. The whole affair feels like a Victorian version of a reality TV show, where the contestants are forced to smile while the host shouts, "You're fired." In the language of tyranny, irony drips from the Queen's crown like melted wax from a candle in a drafty chapel. She commands order while the croquet balls roll in chaotic spirals, much like the London traffic jam that would make a modern commuter weep. Alice can't help but chuckle at the sight of a hedgehog wobbling under a flamingo's weight. a scene that could have been ripped straight from a Monty Python sketch set in 1850. The crowd of card soldiers clatter their wooden shoes, producing a rhythm that resembles the clacking of typewriters in a bureaucratic office, each click a reminder of endless paperwork. Even the scent of boiled cabbage wafts through the air, a culinary nod to the meager rations of the poor, making the whole spectacle feel both ridiculous and painfully real. In this bizarre tableau, the Red Queen's wrath feels as inevitable as a Netflix binge watch, impossible to escape once you've clicked play. By the time the sun sets, casting a blood-red glow over the field, Alice realizes that obedience here is a currency more valuable than gold, while dissent is a debt that will never be repaid. She feels the weight of the Queen's gaze like the oppressive heat of a coal furnace, searing her resolve, but also forging a new steel within. The croquet ground, now littered with broken hedgehogs and sighing flamingos, stands as a grotesque reminder of Victorian discipline masquerading as sport. Alice steps away, her shoes muddy with the grime of rebellion, hearing the distant echo of a workhouse bell tolling for the next poor soul. And as she exits, she carries with her a secret grin, knowing that even in a world ruled by tyrants, a little absurdity can be the sharpest protest. The courtroom burst into view like a circus tent of soot and silk, its wooden benches creaking under the weight of powdered wigs and polished boots. A pungent mix of pipe smoke, stale ale, and the metallic tang of sweat clung to the air, making Alice's nose twitch in protest. The judge, a rotund figure draped in a cloak that swayed like a moth's wing, banged his gavel with a thud that sounded more like a drum roll for a bad comedy. Spectators chattered in a chorus of clinking teacups and snide whispers, their eyes darting between the accused, a nervous rabbit in a waistcoat, and the smug jurors who resembled a row of bored Instagram influencers. Even the ceiling fans whirred lazily, as if the whole building were yawning at the absurdity about to unfold. The prosecutor strutted forward, his voice as oily as a Victorian soap commercial, and he shouted that the rabbit had stolen the Queen's prized scone, a crime fit for the gallows of high society. He pointed a trembling finger at the rabbit, then glanced over at the aristocratic hedgehog, whose silk cravat glimmered like a lottery ticket, implying that only the lower classes could ever be guilty. The crowd roared approval, the rich ladies fluttering their fans while the working men muttered about justice for the common man, a phrase that smelled of cheap brandy. When the rabbit tried to speak, his words were drowned by the judge's impatient cough, a cough that sounded suspiciously like a snort from a bored dragon. The whole scene felt like a Dickens novel on fast forward, with class bias marching across the floor in high-heeled boots. A lady of delicate lace rose to testify, her voice trembling like a teacup in a thunderstorm, and she claimed the rabbit had most certainly behaved indecently, though she never actually saw him. The jurors, all men with stern faces, nodded as if the very idea of a woman speaking was itself a crime against decorum. Alice watched as the lady's perfume, rose and a hint of cheap coal tar, filled the room, masking the rabbit's nervous sweat. When Alice tried to interject, a stern clerk slapped a hand over her mouth with a leather glove, whispering that women belong in parlors, not courts. The irony hung heavier than the chandelier's crystal drops, turning the trial into a stage where gender roles performed a slapstick routine. The verdict was announced with the fanfare of a reality TV show finale, complete with a dramatic pause that would make a Netflix binge watcher gasp. The judge declared the rabbit guilty of most egregious nonsense, a charge as vague as a meme caption that reads, "When you realize it's Monday." The jurors raised their hands in unison, their fingers clicking like a keyboard shortcut for accept all, sealing the fate of the poor creature. The crowd cheered, the sound echoing like a tavern full of rowdy pirates, while the rabbit's tail drooped like a wilted garden rose. Alice felt the absurdity press against her chest like the weight of a coal sack, and she wondered if justice in this world was just a costume party where the host decides who gets the crown. Summoning a courage that tasted like burnt sugar and rebellion, Alice stood up and shouted, "This is nonsense, Your Honor." Her voice cut through the clamor, ringing clear as a church bell on a foggy morning, and the courtroom fell into a stunned hush. She pointed at the judge's gavel, declaring it a prop more suited for a child's playset than for true law, and the crowd's laughter turned into nervous chuckles. The judge's face turned a shade of crimson that matched the curtains, and the rabbit, emboldened by her words, hopped forward as if to deliver its own defense. In that chaotic moment, the farcical trial cracked open like a cracked teacup, spilling the bitter truth that power, not fairness, often writes the verdicts in Victorian England. The garden greeted Alice with a chorus of crickets and the cloying perfume of roses that had been trimmed into perfect, symmetrical hedges. The stone path, slick with early evening dew, glistened like a runway for the ladybugs that dared to strut across it. She brushed a stray thimble from the mulch, feeling the cold metal bite her palm as if the garden itself were still playing tricks. The distant hum of a coal smoke factory reminded her that even this pastoral slice was tethered to the iron heart of London. With a sigh that tasted of lavender and lingering tea, she settled onto a bench, the wood creaking under her weight like a gossiping ant. In that moment, Wonderland's absurd tableau replayed behind her eyes. The Mad Hatter's endless tea parties, the Cheshire Cat's grin that lingered longer than a scandalous rumor. She recalled the Queen's shrill decree, "Off with their heads," echoing like a courtroom gavel in a nursery rhyme. The absurdity of a deck of cards marching in formation made her chuckle, for it mirrored the regimented rows of governesses and debutantes marching through society's ballroom. The taste of peppery mushroom stew still tingled on her tongue, a reminder that even the most grotesque feast can teach a lesson. She realized the bizarre characters were not just nonsense. They were exaggerated mirrors of the very people who taught her to curtsy and whisper. The white rabbit's frantic watch-checking suddenly seemed less about time and more about the relentless schedule imposed on a young lady. Dinner at 6, prayers at 7, a marriage proposal at 8. The dormouse's sleepy mutterings about no more echoed the stifling hush of a parlor where women were expected to be mute ornaments. Even the flamingo croquet, with its lopsided mallets, hinted at the crooked moral compass that guided a woman's reputation. The garden's roses, once symbols of beauty, now smelled faintly of wilted propriety, their thorns pricking at the notion that perfection must be maintained at any cost. Alice felt the irony bite like a wasp. The very absurdity that made her laugh also exposed the iron cage of her own world. A fire sparked in her chest, bright enough to outshine the gas lamps flickering down the lane. She straightened her back, feeling the corset's constriction as a challenge rather than a comfort, and whispered, "What if I tossed this dress aside and danced to my own tune?" The garden's night insects chorused, a soundtrack that sounded suspiciously like a modern pop anthem. Think Bad Guy, hummed by crickets. She imagined gathering her sisters, the governesses, even the stern matriarch, and swapping their tea parties for debates about voting rights and education. The resolve settled like a warm shawl over her shoulders, wrapping her in purpose while the wind teased the hem of her dress. As she rose, a mischievous squirrel darted across the path, clutching a stolen scone like a tiny rebel stealing the spotlight from a royal banquet. Alice laughed, the sound bubbling up like champagne, and thought of how even a fictional rabbit can outwit a queen. She promised herself to carry the absurdity of Wonderland back into the drawing rooms of her world, to sprinkle a dash of madness into the stiff tea etiquette. Perhaps one day, she mused, the aristocracy would swap their monocles for VR headsets and finally see the world beyond their gilded cages. With a final glance at the garden's tangled vines, she stepped forward, ready to rewrite the script of her own Victorian adventure. The gaslights flickered like nervous fireflies over the mahogany paneling of Mr. Pembroke's salon, casting long shadows that danced to the clink of china and the rustle of silk cravats. Edwin Wren, a wiry youth with ink-stained cuffs, slipped through the crowd, his heart thudding to the rhythm of a distant street organ. He caught sight of Miss Penelope Quill, whose hat was a riot of peacock feathers and sketchbooks that bulged like overstuffed satchels. Their eyes met over a tray of steaming scones, and the scent of butter and cheap perfume swirled into a heady mixture of anticipation and rebellion. Penelope thrust a charcoal-smudged sketch of a rabbit wearing a top hat into Edwin's hands, then whispered, "Have you ever read a verse that makes sense only if you read it upside down?" She unfurled a battered pamphlet of Edward Lear's latest nonsense, the pages crackling like dry leaves underfoot. Edwin's lips curled into a grin as he read aloud. "'Twas the moon, dear, that sang the cheese," his voice echoing off the velvet drapes. The salon fell silent, except for the muffled cough of a gentleman who had just swallowed a too-rich pudding, and a sudden, collective curiosity sparked in the room. A stern gentleman in a frock coat, who introduced himself as Reverend Thistledown, slammed his cane on the floor and declared that nonsense verse was a moral abyss, a Pandora's box of frivolity that threatened the very fabric of Victorian propriety. Penelope retorted with a sly grin, "If we can't laugh at a dancing teapot, what are we but stiff-upped automatons, like the robots in that new penny-farthing circus?" Edwin chimed in, comparing the verse to a jazz solo, wild, improvised, and oddly liberating, while the room's wallpaper peeled in the background, revealing a hidden layer of moth-eaten plaster. Laughter bubbled up, a low, rebellious hum that sounded like a chorus of street urchins chanting a modern meme. "Keep calm and rhyme on." The debate swirled like the perfume of wilted roses, intoxicating and oddly comforting. As the night deepened, more guests gathered. A poet who recited verses about steam engines that sounded like a futuristic rap battle, a lady in a corset that squeaked with every movement like a rusty hinge, and a young clerk who whispered, "This is basically the 19th century version of TikTok," causing a ripple of giggles. The clatter of teacups became a percussion ensemble, the crackle of the fireplace a bass line, and Penelope's sketches fluttered across the table like confetti at a royal wedding. Edwin felt the room pulse with the same electric buzz as a modern concert hall, only the audience wore cravats and lace gloves. The absurdity of the moment, high society flirting with nonsense, felt like watching a Shakespeare play performed by cats in a laundromat, absurd yet oddly perfect. When the gas lights finally sputtered out, the guests stumbled into the foggy London night, their coats dripping with the scent of rain and ink. Edwin tucked the pamphlet of nonsense verse into his coat pocket, feeling its pages warm against his chest like a secret lover. Penelope waved a farewell, her sketchbook now stained with the night's laughter, and promised to meet him again at the next moonlit gathering. As he walked home, the echo of the rabbit's top hat song lingered, a reminder that even in an era of moral seriousness, a little nonsense could be as refreshing as a pint of ale after a hard day's labor. The city roared around him, but inside his mind, a whimsical rhyme played on repeat, daring him to rewrite the rules of Victorian decorum. Edwin flicked his ink-stained quill like a pirate's sword, while Penelope twirled a battered top hat that smelled faintly of stale tea and pipe smoke. Together, they stitched together absurd rhymes about wobbling teacups and moon-eating marmots, each line a splash of neon absurdity against the drab parchment. The room trembled with the clatter of their laughter, a sound that rattled the soot-caked windows of the cramped attic where they wrote. Their verses crackled like fireworks on a foggy London night, daring the respectable world to take them seriously. In that moment, the very air seemed to taste of sugar-spun rebellion, as if the ghosts of Lewis Carroll were whispering, "Why so serious?" in their ears. The next morning, Mr. Hawthorne, stern as a brass knocker and twice as unforgiving, stormed into the attic with a ledger that smelled of ink and old leather. He slammed Edwin's manuscript onto the desk, his voice a thunderclap that made the candle flames shiver. "Nonsense," he barked, "has no place in our noble publications. It is the literary equivalent of a bad Wi-Fi signal, no connection, just static." The editor's eyes, cold as a winter fog, scanned the verses and found only grotesque images of beetles in waistcoats and pudding-scented rain. As he rattled off his objections, a faint smell of mildew and burnt toast wafted from his coat, making Penelope gag and Edwin grin at the absurdity of being rebuked by a man who probably never tasted a proper biscuit. Just as Mr. Hawthorne turned to leave, a soft knock echoed from the hidden panel behind the bookshelf, and a cloaked figure slipped inside. The mischievous Lord Bixby, leader of the nonsense cabal. Bixby's cape swished like a cat's tail, and his eyes glittered with the same mischievous light that danced on a carnival midway. He whispered, "Fear not, dear scribes, for we are the underground DJs of rhyme, spinning verses that make the establishment's eyebrows curl." Around him gathered a motley crew, tattered topcoat poets, a baker who recited limericks while kneading dough, and a retired chimney sweep who could tap out meter with his broom. Their laughter rose like a chorus of brass bands, filling the attic with a warm, yeasty aroma that chased away Hawthorne's sour disdain. In a secret compartment beneath the floorboards, Lord Bixby produced a leather-bound manuscript, its pages whispering of Edward Lear's unpublished verses, still smelling of lavender and ink-blot rain. The paper crackled under Edwin's fingertips, releasing a faint scent of damp moss and the metallic tang of a Victorian laboratory. As they read aloud, the verses conjured images of a dodo riding a unicycle through a foggy park, the sound of its squeaky wheels echoing like a distant train whistle. The words danced across the room, turning the stale attic into a kaleidoscope of color, with the smell of fresh rain on cobblestones and the taste of peppermint candy swirling in the air. Even Mr. Hawthorne, peeking through the crack, could not help but twitch his mustache in reluctant admiration, as if he just watched a superhero movie he'd previously dismissed. Empowered by the hidden verses and the cabal's camaraderie, Edwin and Penelope launched their own pamphlet. The Playful Rebellion splashed across the city's market stalls. Passers-by stopped, snorted, and then burst into guffaws as they read about a giraffe in a top hat sipping tea with a teacup that sang Bohemian Rhapsody. The pamphlet's scent, sweet as candied orange peel with a hint of iron, made the air feel electric, as if the city itself were humming a mischievous tune. Mr. Hawthorne, now a reluctant fan, muttered under his breath, "Perhaps there's a place for nonsense after all," while secretly ordering extra copies for his private collection. And so, the attic's walls echoed with triumph, the smell of ink and ambition mingling with the lingering chuckle of Edward Lear, reminding all that a well-timed absurdity can topple even the sternest of gatekeepers. The iron horse screeched into Manchester's grimy station, belching coal smoke that smelled like burnt toast left too long in the oven. Our duo, clutching a battered leather notebook, burst into a cramped tea room where poets nursed mugs of thick, milky brew. With a mischievous grin, they launched a nonsense verse about a clock that sang jazz while the rain danced the waltz, and the room erupted in snorts and startled laughter. The scribblers' eyebrows rose like steam from a kettle, half amused, half scandalized by the absurdity invading their serious Victorian sensibilities. By the time the last line fizzled, the poets were humming the ridiculous chorus as they scribbled furiously, as if stealing a secret recipe from a forbidden kitchen. Next stop, Dublin, where the salty Atlantic wind tangled with the smell of peat smoke and wet cobblestones. In a dim lantern-lit pub, the duo slipped a parchment into a circle of rough-handed verse makers, the ink still glistening like fresh rain on a spiderweb. The nonsense poem, about a leprechaun who misplaced his gold in a teacup, elicited a chorus of guffaws that rattled the wooden beams, but also a sharp hiss from an older poet who muttered about proper literature. The clash crackled like a tinny record skipping, yet the younger crowd clapped along, their eyes bright as if they'd just discovered a hidden level in a classic video game. When the night waned, the verses lingered in the smoky air, a rebellious perfume that refused to be swept away by the city's sober expectations. The journey then hurled them across oceans to Calcutta, where the sun baked the streets into a honey-colored crust, and the scent of spices and river mud hung thick as incense. They unfurled their verses beneath a banyan tree in a bustling bazaar, the words tumbling like mangoes rolling down a steep lane. A British magistrate, perched on a mahogany chair, stared in stunned silence as the poem described a tiger that preferred tea over hunting, an absurdity that undercut the empire's stern narrative of order. The local poets, their faces smeared with turmeric and sweat, erupted into a chorus that sounded like a chorus of sitars playing a pop song remix, turning the nonsense into a subversive chant. The air vibrated with the clash of colonial authority and the joyous, chaotic rhythm of imagination breaking free. Resistance rose like a stubborn weed in every corner. Some clutched their quills tighter, fearing that nonsense might dissolve the very foundations of their disciplined art. Yet the duo pressed on, sprinkling verses like confetti at a wedding, each line a tiny rebellion against the stifling decorum of empire. The marginalized voices, women in Manchester's textile mills, Irish laborers, Indian street vendors, found a mirror in the absurd, a chance to speak in riddles that the censors could not easily translate. Laughter mingled with the clatter of typewriters and the hiss of steam engines, creating a soundtrack that felt part circus, part protest march. In that chaotic chorus, the nonsense verses became a secret handshake, a way to say we exist without uttering a single sanctioned word. When the duo finally boarded the return train, their notebook was swollen with scribbles, ink stains, and the faint perfume of distant markets. They looked back at the empire's patchwork of cities, each still humming the strange lullaby they'd left behind. The journey taught them that nonsense isn't empty. It's a pressure valve, a mischievous mirror that reflects the absurdities of power back onto its own face. As the wheels clattered, they whispered the final line of their traveling poem, a cheeky nod to a modern meme. Even the queen can't rhyme with a kangaroo. The carriage swayed, the world outside a blur of soot and sunrise, and the verses rode on, ready to tickle the next unsuspecting poet's ear. The night air hung heavy with the perfume of coal smoke and roasted chestnuts as Edwin and Penelope slipped backstage, their eyes sparkling like the brass fittings of the Royal Albert Hall. They had coaxed the great dramatist Lear, the mischievous Lewis Carroll, and a gaggle of up-and-coming nonsense scribblers into a single, impossible program they christened the Great Recital. The hall's vaulted dome swallowed their whispers, then released them in a reverberating hush that made the velvet seats shiver. Lanterns flickered, casting amber shadows that danced across the polished mahogany railings, while the scent of ink, stained paper, and pipe tobacco mingled in the aisles. Even the chandeliers seemed to lean in, eager to hear whether the audience would roar at a Jabberwocky or sigh at a Shakespearean sonnet. When the curtains rose, Lear's gaunt figure strode out, his voice cracking like a cracked teacup, and announced a reading of The Madness of King Lear, followed by a surprise interlude of nonsense verses. Carol, perched on a velvet cushion, twirled a pocket watch and recited Jabberwocks with the reckless glee of a child discovering a secret level in a video game. The emerging poets, one clutching a notebook stained with spilled tea, another brandishing a battered top hat, took the stage like a circus troupe of word-juggling acrobats. The crowd's murmurs rose into a chorus of giggles, snorts, and the occasional gasp, as the verses leapt and twirled, spilling rhymes like popcorn onto the polished floor. Somewhere in the balcony, a stern critic in a frock coat muttered, "This is not literature, it's a children's party," while a teenage usher whispered, "Yo, this is lit," to his friend. The first wave of traditional critics erupted like a kettle of boiling water, their pens poised like swords, ready to slay the absurdity they deemed sacrilege. They huffed and puffed, accusing the poets of turning the hall into a carnival of nonsense, their voices echoing off the stone arches like a chorus of disapproving gargoyles. Yet the audience, men in top hats, women in bustle dresses, and a few curious factory workers, cheered, clapped, and even stomped their boots in rhythm, turning the descent into a percussive tide. The smell of sweat and cheap perfume rose, mingling with the faint tang of spilled ale from a nearby bar, as the hall vibrated with a strange, electric buzz. Ironically, the very critics who scoffed at the chaos began to tap their foot, their stern facades cracking like old parchment under the relentless beat of nonsense. As the final stanza of a particularly ludicrous limerick crescendoed, a thunderous applause erupted, shaking the crystal chandeliers into a glittering rain. The sound rolled through the hall like a tidal wave, drowning out the last mutters of the purists and drowning the faint smell of damp wool in a sea of euphoria. Edwin and Penelope exchanged a glance that said, "We did it," while the poets bowed, their faces smeared with ink and exhilaration. In that moment, nonsense verse was crowned not merely as a novelty, but as a legitimate literary force, its crown glittering with the same absurd sparkle as a pop star's Grammy trophy. The audience rose to their feet, chanting the verses back in a chorus that felt like a spontaneous flash mob at a Victorian rave. The reverberations of that night lingered in the corridors of the hall for weeks, whispered by custodians as they swept away the confetti and the occasional stray quill. Newspapers printed the headline, "Nonsense Takes the Throne," and the critics, now humbled, penned apologetic footnotes that read like footnotes in a footnote. Edwin and Penelope, flushed with triumph, plotted their next escapade, dreaming of a subway station recitation that would make commuters think twice about their morning coffee. Meanwhile, the poets returned to their cramped rooms, their pens dancing with renewed vigor, as if they'd just discovered a secret level in the game of Victorian literature. And somewhere, perhaps in a dusty attic, a future reader will stumble upon this tale and smile, remembering that even in the stiffest of eras, a little nonsense can turn a grand recital into legend. When the dust settled on the last clattering of quill and the echo of heated applause, the sternest critics finally cracked a grin. They whispered in smoky taverns that nonsense verse had nudged the 19th century literary tide like a mischievous tide painter splashing color on a gray canvas. The air smelled of spilled ink and pipe tobacco, mingling with the faint perfume of fresh paper that promised rebellion. In that moment, the once dismissed gibberish became a badge of honor, a secret handshake among poets and pranksters alike. And somewhere in the crowd, a young reader giggled, feeling the absurdity thrum like a drumbeat in his chest. Edwin, ever the diligent scribe, hauled his battered manuscripts to the iron-clad press that hissed like a dragon with a cold. The press belched out sheets drenched in black letters, each page crackling with the electric scent of ozone and hot oil. He bound them into a hefty anthology, its leather cover scarred by the fingerprints of countless eager hands. As the volume rolled off the conveyor, a chorus of curious onlookers inhaled the musky perfume of old books and fresh ambition. Edwin's eyes glittered, for he knew he was sealing a legacy that would outlast even the most stubborn Victorian prudishness. Penelope, with ink-stained sleeves, sketched creatures that danced on the margins, their feathers dripping with neon absurdity. Her illustrations splashed across the pages like fireworks in a foggy London alley, each line humming with mischievous energy. Readers swore they could hear the rustle of paper wings and the faint giggle of a mischievous pixie as they turned the leaf. The colors, emerald greens, electric blues, and a daring shade of Mad Hatter magenta, stuck to the mind like stubborn soot on a chimney. Soon, her drawings became the visual anthem of the movement, plastered on tea-stained postcards, and whispered about in parlors as if they were secret passwords. The genre's place in history cemented itself like a cobblestone in a bustling street, each step echoing with the rhythm of absurdity. Future poets lifted the anthology like a torch, using its nonsensical verses to lamp light the dark corners of social convention. They discovered that a line about a jelly bean moon could expose the rigidity of class, just as a slapstick joke can reveal a nation's hidden anxieties. Schools began to teach the verses alongside Shakespeare, the children giggling at the same time they learned about tragedy. In this strange alchemy, silliness turned into a mirror, reflecting profound truths that sober prose often hid behind a veil of propriety. Today, if you wander the aisles of a dusty library and hear the faint rustle of pages, you might catch the ghost of a rhyme that sounds like a tick-tock trend gone Victorian. The scent of musty paper mingles with the faint aroma of coffee from a nearby cafe, reminding us that absurdity still brews in the everyday. Readers clutch the anthology, feeling the gritty texture of its spine, and smile, knowing that the laugh they hear is a bridge across centuries. As the lights dim and the last candle sputters, the echo of nonsense verse whispers, "Don't take life too seriously. Even the most solemn poet once sang to a dancing cucumber." And so, the echo of nonsense verse rolls onward, a rolling tumbleweed of wit that carries the truth of humanity on its ridiculous back. In the soot-smudged streets of Victorian London, a prim-faced girl named Alice chased a waistcoat-clad rabbit past a foggy tea shop, her curiosity humming like a coal-stoked locomotive. The rabbit slipped into a burrow beneath a cracked cobblestone, and the earth gave way with a sigh that smelled of damp moss and old pennies. Alice tumbled down a tunnel lined with glowing mushrooms that flickered like cheap stage lights, and the air grew thick with the sweet rot of forgotten tea leaves. When she finally hit the bottom, she landed on a carpet of violet grass that whispered under her boots, as if the ground itself were giggling at her bewilderment. The world that opened before her was a kaleidoscope of absurdities, a place where logic melted like butter on a hot crumpet. Lewis Carroll, a mathematician with a penchant for wordplay, captured that bewildering tumble in his 1865 novel, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. He stitched together riddles, talking flowers, and a grinning cat that vanished into thin air, all while the ink on his pages smelled faintly of ink-scented tea and the rustle of silk ribbons. Readers in gas-lit parlors gasped at the Cheshire grin and the Queen's shrill command to behead the hedgehog, feeling both delighted and slightly queasy, as if they'd just swallowed a spoonful of jam mixed with pepper. Carroll's prose planted a seed that sprouted in the imaginations of artists, actors, and tinkers for generations to come. Little did he know that his whimsical garden would later host everything from slapstick pantomimes to neon-lit cyber dreams. The first wave of adaptations burst onto the Victorian stage like a troupe of circus acrobats, complete with glittering costumes and a chorus of squeaking shoes. Pantomimes turned the Mad Hatter's tea party into a raucous sing-along, where the audience tossed crumpets at the cast and the smell of burnt butter filled the auditorium. Illustrators like John Tenniel sketched the characters with ink so sharp it could cut through a teacup, giving the world a visual language that still haunts our memes today. Even the opera houses tried their hand, layering soaring arias over the absurdity of a trial where the verdict was always off with his head. The theatrical renditions were as noisy as a market stall, with brass bands blaring and the occasional squeal of a mouse costume slipping on stage. When the silver screen flickered to life, directors seized Alice's tumble as the ultimate escape from the drabness of post-war life. The 1951 Disney cartoon turned the rabbit hole into a technicolor whirlpool of candy-colored clouds, while the 2010 Tim Burton film draped the Wonderland in gothic shadows, and a soundtrack that thumped like a heart in a haunted house. Television shows borrowed the characters for quick gags. Think of a 1990s sitcom where a bewildered lawyer ends up arguing a case before the Queen of Hearts, who orders the jury to eat the evidence. The smell of popcorn and the hiss of projectors added a nostalgic crackle, reminding viewers that even the weirdest fantasy can feel as familiar as a Sunday roast. Each screen adaptation added its own flavor, from the sugary syrup of Disney to the bitter espresso of Burton, proving that Alice's fall could be rebooted faster than a smartphone update. Today, technophiles and meme lords reinterpret Wonderland with VR headsets that let you chase the white rabbit through a neon labyrinth of glitchy code and dripping neon slime. Artists paint the Cheshire Grin onto subway walls, where commuters catch a flash of grin before the train screeches to a halt, the scent of ozone mixing with stale coffee. Indie game developers program the Queen's Croquet match as a multiplayer battle royale, complete with flaming flamingos that smell like burnt marshmallows. Even AI chatbots now recite Carol's verses, their synthetic voices humming like a choir of wind-up toys in a dusty attic. In every new medium, the original dream ripples outward, a living, breathing reminder that a curious girl falling down a hole can still make the world pause, laugh, and maybe, just maybe, wonder what lies beneath the next rabbit hole. When the gas lamps flickered over the footlights of London's West End in 1888, a troupe of daring actors decided to drag Alice out of her printed rabbit hole and onto the stage. The audience, smelling the lingering perfume of coal smoke and cheap perfume, gasped as the Mad Hatter's oversized hat clanged against the wooden proscenium. The set designers piled oversized teacups, a giant chessboard painted on canvas, and a curtain that smelled faintly of boiled cabbage, because nothing says Wonderland like a hint of kitchen waste. The playwrights rewrote Carol's riddles into snappy one-liners, letting the chorus of playing cards shout their verses like a rowdy barbershop quartet. The whole affair felt like a Victorian carnival gone sideways, a glorious mess of silk, soot, and bewildered applause. One standout production, Sir Henry Irving's 1898 Alice in Wonderland, turned the theater into a living deck of cards, complete with a deck of actual playing card soldiers marching in perfect lockstep. The orchestra tuned their brass to a wobble that mimicked the Cheshire Cat's grin, while the scent of fresh ink from the program sheets mingled with the musty velvet of the seats. Audiences clutched their top hats and gasps rose like steam from a kettle when the White Rabbit sprinted across the stage, his pocket watch ticking louder than a metronome on a caffeine binge. Critics called it a delightful absurdity, a phrase that sounded like a polite way of saying, "We have no idea what just happened." Even the most prim ladies in their corsets couldn't help but giggle at the sight of a teacup that spilled invisible tea onto the footlights, soaking the wood with imagined tea stains. Across the channel, the newfangled medium of motion pictures offered a different kind of rabbit hole. In 1903, British inventors Cecil Hepworth and Percy Stowe filmed a 10-minute silent romp titled Alice in Wonderland, where the camera itself became the Cheshire Cat, flickering in and out of frame like a mischievous ghost. The set was a cramped studio awash in the smell of oil lamp wax and burnt celluloid, and actors had to pantomime their bewilderment because there was no microphone to catch a sigh. The audience sat in darkened nickel and cobblestone parlors, eyes widening as the film's hand-cranked projector clattered like a horse-drawn carriage on cobblestones. The experience was gritty, grainy, and gloriously unpolished, like watching a tick-tock made with a pocket watch. Silent filmmakers turned Wonderland's nonsense into visual tricks that would make a modern CGI wizard blush. They used stop motion to make the caterpillar shrink and grow, each frame smelling faintly of burnt sugar from the developer vats. Double exposure let the Cheshire Cat dissolve into smoke, leaving a lingering scent of ozone that tingled the nostrils of the crowd. The absence of dialogue forced actors to over-exaggerate gestures, their eyebrows arcing higher than a pop star's hair in a 2020 music video. Audiences laughed, gasped, and occasionally clapped at the sheer audacity of a rabbit in a waistcoat sprinting toward a camera that was, quite literally, a giant eye. When the curtain fell on those early screenings, the echo of applause lingered like the aftertaste of stale popcorn mixed with coal dust. The stage lights and silent screens had both captured the bewildering charm of Carol's world, each in its own tactile language, one loud and smoky, the other flickering and mute. Viewers left the theater feeling as if they'd just taken a sip of absurd tea, a little dizzy, a little delighted, and oddly nostalgic for a time when imagination had to fight for space against soot and static. The legacy of those productions still haunts modern adaptations, reminding us that every reboot is just another rabbit hole, waiting for someone to shout, "Lights, camera, madness," as the adventure begins anew. And somewhere, the White Rabbit is still checking his watch, muttering that he's late for a meeting that never existed. The rubble of post-war Europe gave surrealist painters a cracked-looking glass to peer through, and they chose Alice as their shattered reflection. In smoky Paris studios, René Magritte painted a Cheshire grin that oozed oil and ash, while Salvador Dali draped the Mad Hatter's hat in melting clocks that ticked like bomb sirens. The canvas smelled of turpentine and stale coffee, each brushstroke a nervous tremor of a continent trying to stitch its nerves back together. Audiences gasped as the White Rabbit sprinted across a battlefield of broken mannequins, his pocket watch ticking to the rhythm of ration cards. The irony was palpable. A children's story turned into a warning sign for a world still learning how to read the warning labels. When television flickered into living rooms in the early 50s, producers seized the opportunity to remix Wonderland for a new breed of couch potatoes. In a black and white episode of The Twilight Zone, Alice stumbled into a set of fluorescent tubes that buzzed like angry bees, each hum echoing the Cold War's static. The set designers sprayed pine sap and cheap perfume to mask the metallic tang of studio lights, while a jittery jazz band supplied a soundtrack that sounded like a nervous cat on a vinyl record. Viewers whispered about the Red Queen who demanded heads, a thinly veiled jab at the era's McCarthyist witch hunts. The whole thing felt like a surreal fever dream, a mirror that reflected the paranoia of a nation that kept checking its watch for nuclear bedtime. By the late 60s, psychedelic musicians turned Alice into an auditory acid trip, wrapping the tale in swirling sitars and fuzzed-out guitars that smelled of incense and cheap beer. The Doors' Jim Morrison crooned about a wonderland of neon rain, while the crowd inhaled a haze that tasted like burnt rubber and sweet mangoes. On stage, a giant papier-mâché rabbit thumped its heartbeats into the speakers, each thump reverberating like a protest chant against the Vietnam draft. The audience swayed, their sneakers squeaking on sticky carpet, as the lyrics painted a world where the Queen of Hearts dealt cards made of shredded newspaper. Headlines about riots, riots about heads. It was a glorious, uncomfortable mashup. A soundtrack for a generation that wanted to tear down the looking glass and dance in the shards. Together, these twisted mirrors formed a kaleidoscope of anxiety and rebellion, each medium bending Alice's tea party into a banquet of social critique. The surrealists served up visual riddles that smelled of gunpowder. The TV directors broadcasted jittery paranoia like a midnight news ticker, and the musicians drenched the narrative in psychedelic colors that tasted like rebellion. Audiences laughed nervously at the Mad Hatter's new hat, a top hat made of newspaper clippings about nuclear tests, while secretly feeling the sting of truth in the Queen's demand for off with their heads. It was irony served on a silver platter, a story about growing up used to force adults to confront their own arrested childhoods. The result was a cultural chorus that sang, "We're all mad here," but with a wink that said, "Especially the ones in power." When the lights finally dimmed on that mid-century carnival, the echo of Alice's giggle lingered like a cigarette ember in a smoky jazz club. The twisted mirrors didn't just reflect society. They cracked it open, letting in drafts of fresh dissent and the scent of burnt paper. Modern creators still riff on that legacy. Think TikTok creators remixing the White Rabbit's frantic dash with meme-filled gif-s, or indie game designers turning the Queen's croquet field into a dystopian leaderboard. Yet the core remains. Alice's Wonderland is a perpetual looking glass, ready to be smashed, rewelded, and stared into again. So next time you hear a teacup clink or a pocket watch tick, ask yourself whether you're sipping tea or swallowing the bitter aftertaste of history. When the first pixelated rabbits leapt across flickering CRT screens, a new kind of wonderland cracked open its neon doors. Gamers heard the clatter of digital teacups and felt the electric buzz of joystick-driven curiosity. The 1990s ushered in arcade cabinets that let players chase the Cheshire Grin through maze-like levels, each pixel humming like a tiny, mischievous heart. As broadband cables unfurled, the rabbit hole widened into a sprawling internet, and the once paper-bound tale began to pulse with the rhythm of code. Enter Tim Burton, the gothic maestro who turned Alice into a lanky, blue-haired goth kid with a penchant for melancholy tea parties. Burton's 2010 blockbuster dripped with CGI rain that smelled of wet asphalt and burnt sugar, while the Mad Hatter's hat squeaked like a rusty music box. He sliced the classic narrative with razor-sharp humor, letting Alice swing from a giant, rust-caked clock tower that groaned under its own weight. The film's soundtrack crackled with vintage vinyl scratches, reminding us that even in a digital age, a good old vinyl hiss can still make the Cheshire Grin feel oddly familiar. Disney, ever the master of sugar-coated nostalgia, rewound the tape to its 1951 hand-drawn classic before remixing it with 2023's laser-sharp animation. The screen glowed with pastel clouds that smelled faintly of cotton candy and popcorn, while the White Rabbit's pocket watch ticked in perfect sync with the audience's heartbeat. Disney's version sprinkled in Easter eggs, like a sly cameo of a pixelated Pac-Man munching on a mushroom that winked at gamers hidden in the crowd. Even the Queen of Hearts, now rendered in glossy 4000, hissed like a steam kettle, her royal decree echoing through living rooms worldwide. Indie developers, those digital alchemists working in cramped lofts, took Alice down darker alleys of the internet. American Magee's Alice. Madness Returns drenched the garden in oil-slick rain, the smell of rust and wet concrete seeping into every corridor. Small studios crafted transmedia experiences where a player could swipe a virtual teacup to unlock a hidden comic strip, the ink scent practically leaching from the screen. These creators stitched together games, webcomics, and AR, augmented reality, filters, letting fans chase the rabbit with a phone that vibrated like a nervous beetle. Today, a digitally native generation devours Alice's many avatars like popcorn at a midnight movie marathon. They stream the film on holographic projectors that hum like distant bees, then jump into VR, virtual reality headsets that make the garden feel damp, the roses prickly, the mad laughter echoing in their ears. The world building stretches across TikTok dances, meme-laden gifs, and podcasts that dissect every surreal sip of tea. In this modern wonderland, the line between story and player blurs, and the only thing certain is that the rabbit will keep sprinting, its fur smelling faintly of burnt circuitry, forever pulling us deeper into the digital maze. The curtain drops on our whirlwind tour of Alice's many lives, yet her bewildered giggle still ricochets off the rafters of imagination. Each adaptation, whether it's a creaking Victorian playhouse or a neon-lit video game, has taken the rabbit hole and turned it into a mirror for its own era. Audiences feel the rust of old wood, the hiss of projector reels, and the electric buzz of code, all whispering that wonder never truly ages. Ironically, the more we try to pin down Alice, the more she slips, slipping like a mischievous cat through a keyhole. In the end, the Wonderland motif proves itself a flexible lens, bending to the light of each new dream and dilemma. When the first actors donned oversized hats and tattered dresses, the stage itself smelled of sawdust and sweat, a gritty perfume that made the Cheshire grin feel almost tangible. Directors tossed in jazz-age slang, turning the Mad Hatter's tea party into a speakeasy where saxophones wailed like bewildered caterpillars. The audience gasped as the Queen of Hearts marched in on a thunderous drum line, her red robes flashing like a stop sign in Times Square. Yet beneath the glitter and slapstick, the actors' throats cracked with the same bewildered awe that Alice felt falling down the rabbit hole. The theater's wooden boards creaked in sympathy, reminding us that live performance keeps the story pulsing with raw, unfiltered heartbeat. Cinema took Alice from the footlights to the silver screen, bathing her in technicolor sunsets that smelled of popcorn and cheap perfume. Tim Burton's gothic vision dripped with oil-slick shadows, while Disney's 1951 cartoon sang with sugary melodies that stuck to the ear like honey-glazed popcorn. The camera swooped, the soundtrack thumped, and special effects splattered glitter like confetti on a birthday cake gone rogue. Audiences laughed at the absurdity of a talking mushroom, while secretly feeling the same disorientation as a smartphone user lost in a never-ending scroll. Each film, whether a gritty indie or a blockbuster, kept the core of Alice's curiosity alive, proving that the rabbit hole can be filmed in 4,000 and still feel like a whispered secret. Artists have painted Alice into graffiti alleys, where spray paint hissed like a Cheshire grin and the air tasted of ozone and fresh cement. Digital coders have coded her into virtual realms, where the scent of pixelated roses is as real as the hum of a gaming rig's fans. A street mural in Berlin showed the white rabbit sprinting past a wall of QR codes, inviting passers-by to scan and tumble into a glitchy wonderland. Meanwhile, a VR experience let players chase the March Hare through a forest that smelled of pine sap and cheap coffee, making the absurd feel oddly intimate. In each brushstroke, line of code, or neon sign, the Wonderland motif stretches, absorbing the grit, the glamour, and the occasional existential dread of the modern age. Looking ahead, the echo of Alice's gasp will likely bounce off the walls of quantum simulators and AI-generated poetry, each iteration tasting like a fresh slice of digital pie. Future storytellers might program her into a chatbot that answers riddles with snarky sarcasm, or embed her in a holographic concert where laser beams paint the sky with teacups. No matter the platform, the core thrill remains. A curious child tumbling into chaos, confronting absurd authority, and emerging, if only for a moment, more aware of her own wonder. The promise of endless reinterpretations is as comforting as a warm cup of tea, yet as unsettling as a sudden splash of cold water. So, dear listeners, keep your ears tuned to the rustle of cards and the whisper of rabbit paws, for Alice's adventure never truly ends.